Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. It is rainy and fucking miserable where I am. So that's me. Um, I also slept like shit last night, but somehow, I'm still on time. He's learning. Streamer is getting better at being streamer, I suppose. Technically, maybe, probably, possibly. Um, in my sleeplessness last night, on a whim, I I tested some some gun build stuff, and we were talking about yesterday the nature of gun builds and how some of them struggle at bossing, and some weapons, not all weapons are created equal, of course. Then I just kind of stumbled into some stuff that's way too good, so I figured I'd show it, and we can kind of talk about maybe how to get other stuff on that level, or how to get this level of power with jumping through more hoops. It's kind of oppressive. You'll see. Also, I restarted my PC this morning, so the like 3 seconds where I wasn't online on Discord, that was that. How we doing, Control, Mr. Madness, Amber, Infliction? So we still got the Midnight Wisdom right now. You'll notice that I am a Trapscallion right now, and not a Mist Dancer. Reason being, I was testing out some imbued weapon fusion stuff, and glass cannon lets us have more agony uptime, and just warming up is a shitload of fire rate. And magic bullets is a shitload of gun damage. Even buffed Spore, if you want to go deep in a skill tree, buffed Spore still loses to Spell Shot for gun builds. It's kind of wild. Hey, Pragmatic. So worried about you for those 3.6 seconds. Thanks, buddy. You'll just see that this is interesting clear speed. It's interesting clear speed. So it looks pretty fair and balanced right now. Just strong, but not ridiculous. But the bossing is kind of, too good. Magma Breach, buff buddies, take buff buddies. Or find that sniper. It is the pearl that drops from Jarwood in Tangle Drift. I'm gonna beat playthrough, did the grind from level 26 to 40 Chaos 8 last night. Let's go. Morning, homie Data. How you doing? I already forgot if I said high rec response or high rec response. Good job, Ski Prod. Resisted element, by the way. Close range weapon, by the way. Boss Stabbo? This is Spell Stabbo right now. Where's your Lucian Skull? Frizz, this feels so Gorillas in the Mist Monarch. It's crazy. The only different thing is I'm spamming a trigger. Oh, what am I doing? I forgot to turn on my agony. You have range, though? A little. A little bit. There it is. Oh, no. Okay, hurt me, but not that much. Hurt me, but not that much. I'm gonna have to water myself. Hurt me a little bit more. Like a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Explain the skill tree? Yeah, after the run. Drag on, Lord. Perfect. So this is like significantly faster than other gun builds. Even with like this exact gear that I've tried. Because stall shots bring a lot to the table here. It's been a minute since I've done a stall shot gun build. This is pretty fun. Oh yeah, we skipped a phase. Got the phase skip on a gun build. Cryo Fatebreaker Warrior 120 crit damage, Pog? Thank you guys for being here. You turned on streamer luck, so I actually finally got a decent drop. I don't need that. Mess with the Winter's Edge much at all? Not yet, Petrunkus. I have it. We probably mess around with that a little bit today. Seems like it'd be pretty good on dot builds. That's fine. Lance, you wanna stop taking cover? Oh, that's rude. $11 racks are out again. Listen, too many games to buy. I did pre-order Jedi Survivor. Looking forward to that tomorrow. Looking forward to that. I'm gonna have to stay off the internet because all the reviews and stuff are out. Let me get my spell weaving stacks. There we go. That was one burst for his entire bone health bar. One. So, the thing that's going on here is, From the Shadows augment is not okay. That swing from going from a 25% damage penalty with base From the Shadows to having a 50% damage bonus is unreal. But we've also got a bunch of dots happening, because we've got Contagion, we've got Exi Blade, which when that crits is doing Alchemical Agent, and that can also contagion. We've got Stalker, so the weaker the enemies are, the more damage they take. Ton of gun damage with magic bullets. We've got a poison bonus element from having a poison spell equipped and casted, and imbued weapon, which means we're getting fusion happening as well. So this is a gun build that just kind of has dots doing things and has melee doing things. Another thing we get from Exi Blade is Nimble Fingers, which is spell damage, which boosts fusion and our gun damage, because magic bullets. And it gives us a ton of fire rate, which this weapon really likes. So basically, we go into From the Shadows and cast spell once and then pull trigger till everything dead. It's pretty good at it. It's pretty good at it, I must say. I need to try this out with more weapons, like maybe we do some mulligan stuff. But so far, Midnight Wisdom has felt incredible with this, as we expected. White Riders felt pretty good. I need to try some of these more underwhelming guns, like the Archaic Host, and I'm starting to lose hope in Inserters. Was class mod. This is a fusion. I actually farmed this from Nightmare last night. Really good rolls. Area damage, all damage, gun damage. 2 Nimble Fingers, 3 Arsenal. I kind of would have preferred other skills. This is the combo that gets magic bullets, right? And it just didn't roll any magic bullets. A little unfortunate. Is it Stabo spell that gets magic bullets or spell Stabo? It's Stabo spell that gets magic bullets. And yeah, I got real unlucky there. So rough skill roll. Ideal would probably be 3 magic bullets, 2 Nimble Fingers. But oh well. So we probably spend a good chunk of today seeing what kind of crazy stuff we can do with this From the Shadows augment. Because it's just seriously kind of absurdly strong. This is one of those things that I think giving this some sort of extreme drawback is necessary to justify this damage bonus. Like, it's still giving you increased crit chance. I'd say almost that for a 50% damage boost, you almost have to be like, yeah, your base crit chance goes down in this version, not up. Like, instead of 5% crit chance, you have 4% base crit chance. That'd be so based. Respect for hero points. Crit damage, status damage, remainder crit chance. There's a few ways you can do this. I'm using an Agony right now, so I went no mage armor and no tank power. But like, if you wanted to run a body rune, then you could go mage armor, and then it gives you a lot of tank. Also gives you reason to take tank power. Total crit damage is new mult. So the way the From the Shadows penalty work, Priz, it's just a fresh mult that takes a quarter of your damage off in vanilla. I assume with the augment they just did that in reverse but doubled. Because like the ability is already there. Like, this isn't even a crit damage penalty, it's just a damage penalty in vanilla is my understanding of it. So this is just 1.5 times damage with no real downside. It's kind of crazy. Confusion only come in certain class combos. I have 5 and they're all the same combo, not the class I'm running, by the way. I don't know if they've corrected the issue where the new armors added by Redux do not roll Blightcaller variants, but to my knowledge, they drop in any combination with the other 6 classes. Even possible to do a good crit build without From the Shadows, try and barrage crit build, and I'm struggling. Well, crit build as a term is kind of hard to quantify, Raven's Eye, because all but, at least in vanilla, all but 5 things in the game benefit from critting. So technically, if you're using any of those things that are not in that category of 5, And even some of those, because those benefit from things that do crit. Basically, any build is going to benefit from critting. So, in some capacity, every build is a crit build. But here's the thing. Barrage, as a skill, just isn't good. That's your hang-up here. Barrage is bad. From the Shadows, think of it as non-augmented from the Shadows, just the regular one without the point down here. It doesn't give you more damage. It gives you less damage. It lowers your potential damage, but the reason why it's good is because anything that can crit while it's active will crit. So, feasibly, even though it's technically possible for outside of From the Shadows for you to crit everything in an 8-second window, probability-wise, it's just not going to happen. So if you benefit from on-crit effects, then you're getting the consistency there. And even a nerfed From the Shadows crit is stronger in almost all cases than a non-crit. But the reason why this augment gets especially crazy is because instead of getting guaranteed crits, you only get increased chance of crits, which is still really, really good. Still a really good effect. But instead of getting a damage penalty of 25%, you get a damage buff of 50%. So net swing of 75% more damage with no real downside at all. So this is real hard to compete with for the archetype of if you want to see a bunch of the crit symbol all the time. This is hard to contest. But the big thing would be if you want to build around other action skills. Now, Barrage isn't good, but say Ghostblade is very good. Ghostblade has a lot of incentive for critting as well, so you can do that. Storm Dragon's Judgment, you want to crit with that too. Dreadwind, Cleansing Flames, those are all good, and you want to crit with them. Tried going all the way down on Spellshot Tree and using Buffmeister. No, I can already fathom how that would work. Buffmeister as a spell doesn't really interest me as a build crafter. I avoid it in 99.9% of scenarios because ultimately it's just pretty boring. And I think that Critical Ascension and Executioner's Blade and Stalker is going to give me way more value than that would anyway. So this, based on my instincts, is one of those rare cases where Buffmeister, even on a gun build, just is not the move. Does Iron Squall increase Dreadwind damage and melee frequency? No, it does not. Dreadwind always hits 4 times a second. Quarter of a second. It does a tick per enemy, and nothing changes that. In a dilemma, like a different perspective. What's up, Swin? Not happy with my current job. PT, so no insurance. Coworkers are awesome. The job is hectic and stressful. Got an FT offer. Part-time, full-time. Okay. For same pay at a different place. Current to corporate, so has other places to move to and plenty of other positions. They do want to move me to full-time when higher-ups will allow. The new offer is a local family-owned. Seems less busy, hectic. Would probably have less movement if I ended up staying there. So less opportunity for advancement, but a better situation right now. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Like, the thing is with the... You always run the risk of, with the corporate environment, you run the risk of when they say, oh yeah, we're gonna do this for you, just not right now. They could just be fucking lying. They often are. It's just to keep you on the hook. So like, maybe advancement isn't on the table. I guess there's no way of knowing. So I suppose the whole decision would hinge on that, like how likely you think that opportunity for advancement is like real or not. If you think it's them just putting you on the hook, or your immediate supervisor wanting something that their higher ups are not going to care enough to go for, then to me that seems like making the move would be the play. But it does have that element of risk. I don't know. Tough situation. I don't think there's a clear answer there. Hey, Masterman. Love the streams, kept up the amazing work. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do my best. What do I need from in here? Yeah, I want to hit SMGs. Throwable hole could be fun. Maybe I'll mess around with that in Redux at some point. So I'm pretty sure you can get a ×10 Thunder Fury, maybe? I thought I saw a ×10 once, but I could be misremembering. 17 mag is the smallest mag I've seen thus far. 17 mag, 2 ammo per shot. That's a lot of reloading. So probably a class with reload speed. Like, the hit count makes me want to go Spore, but you know what Spore doesn't have? Reload speed. So, once again, Spell Shot looking real good. Berserker has reload speed too. Could have sworn I got a higher pellet count. Yeah, I thought I got a ×10. But I haven't seen the gun frequently enough to be confident about that. Do a featured. I love using a Skeet Prod on Spell Shot for spell weaving stacks. It's probably something I'm just gonna do on all builds now. All Spell Shot builds. Because you just put it on semi-auto and you spam the trigger and reload. And then you get all your spell weaving stacks in like 2 seconds.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
You can also use it to refill your wards really quickly if you have mage armor. Oh, and because the setup has so many dot things going on, contagion spreading to nearby enemies is often enough to secure a kill. And then if we turn on From the Shadows, those dots will also have a much higher chance to crit. And also get that damage mold, so they'll just be eating the whole world. How dare you kill Butt Stallion? Let's use White Rider in this room. It's Dahlia. It'll get the buffs we got going on. Oh, wow. Room's over. Okay. Ability crit chance impact critical ascension anyway? No. Ability crit stats are completely useless to Stabomancer. There is nothing in Stabomancer's kit in vanilla or Redux that benefits from ability anything. Closest you get is action skill cooldown, action skill duration, but that's it. Yeah, White Rider definitely goes harder with a body rune on when doing fusion stuff, but it's definitely doing its thing. From the shadows with ability damage, that would be pretty crazy.
Don't be eaten.
Cat is malfunctioning. Yeah, cat is malfunctioning.
At least you're some use.
Here's something. I believe there's a cabin near you.
Jake. You good? I really did not need to problem from the shoutouts for that. Just see how often I play gun builds. Glitch in the Matrix, yeah. It's been a while since he's gotten the zoomies at 11 a.m. Normally that's a 3 a.m. thing, but okay. Warkanar. I'm sorry, little one. Yeah. That is, a considerable amount of damage. Now, White Rider is not a bossing gun. I really want to highlight that. White Rider is a fantastic weapon, but it is not particularly suited to bosses unless you're doing, like, a real dot build, like, lots of dots, like Spirit Swarm type stuff. We're not that invested into that. It's just kind of there. But it still manages to be this good. Hey, Jester.
You know what they say? Here is the little deck. One, two.
Oh, we made it overlap animations. I've never seen it do that before. Well, that's that. I don't think this is even a good White Rider. Yeah, no, this has no crit mult, and it's not a 2 ammo per shot. We could have a way better White Rider.
Good job. One boss. Let's see that's for you. Shiny stuff will strap it up your butt.
Oh yeah, so rewarding, Maker, thank you. Yeah, this is why I'm hitting the SMG money. I need more. Capacity Mace Wardoon. Nice. Oh no, chat, my stomach's doing it again today. I'm not even hungry. Oil and spice. So like the puddle oil and spice is like some pretty big damage mult if you hit it with a fire projectile. In vanilla, oh, there is a timestamp Thunder Fury. In vanilla, we don't have splash radius increases, but in Redux we do. So maybe oil and spice could do some spicy stuff. I don't want to get rid of these old gods, but my bank is full too. I need to drop something. Yeah, I want better White Riders. What's the duration on imbued weapon? I'm curious. Only 8 seconds. Yeah, Wicked Gossip's definitely the play here then. Special event still here for now. I don't want it to go away. I hope it doesn't go away. Do boss runs in the hopes I get Wastard to pop up for extra White Rider drops. I don't know why Wastard isn't boss run, but I won't question it.
Just what
Oh yeah, you resist poison.
That's the good stuff.
Trusted magic, huh? Yes. I would love to have 1400 HP. Yeah, Catatumbo ricochets, or Catatumbo lightning bolts, rather, I should say, are splash. That's something I often forget about. I think the class mod I was using with Catatumbo on this build last time didn't have splash. I should be more detail-oriented about that. I forgot to go on Burst Fire. Like, when you turn on Critical Ascension boosted from the shadows, it really kind of feels like... I know they're not related, but it feels like old Contagion. Like, early Wonderland's Contagion, where you just see enemies explode for seemingly no reason because you tap them once with a gun that has a dot. Current gun build does so many things, drops me from 80 FPS down to 20 at times. It do be like that sometimes, yeah. How you doing, Lizard Leech? Okay, we have our action skill. And we do that. Like, that damage is crazy. I'm still torn on whether I like Agony or Body Rune better here. I really do think I prefer Body Rune, but I haven't been able to get this enchant onto a Body Rune. I was able to get this onto an Agony, but no luck on Body Rune. Maybe we sit there and roll for a while. Hey, McBain. Quag, 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 Chad to you as well. As a Pearl Sniper do with this? Nuts. I'm using the White Rider because it's slower, so we can see more of what's happening. Yeah, it's, Here, I'll use this on the next. Oh, let me actually also get my Agony going. There we go. Trying to get some perfect ring and armor rolls, replace my current gear. Build Sickles, Dragon Lord. First phase in like 6 seconds I start shooting. Nice.
Your end is nigh.
Blink.
It does about this well. Okay then. Yeah, it's this is busted. Script boost to base or post ad? I don't know. So like the way From the Shadows, my guess is that it's a base global mult. It's just a 50% damage boost, because my understanding of From the Shadows in vanilla is that it's just a post ad 25% penalty to all of your damage. It doesn't actually specify crit in that way. That's my understanding of it. Let's say crit isn't you activate it. The sheet doesn't change, or at least it didn't change when I looked at this a couple hours ago. Here, let me wait for my cooldown. So, crit chance, base 5, then 11.5, 11.5, 11.5, 42.5, 25, 11.5. Activate it. All the same. Got here, saw a boss get baked, take it to critical ascension, mega broken. Yeah, Austin, it's, mega broken is probably the most accurate way to describe it. It's to the point where I legitimately think that, like, it would still be good if critical ascension made you get, like, less crit chance. If it made it so you, like, couldn't crit at all without hitting a crit spot, it would still be broken. Tablet reminder? Oh, yeah. I should try that more. I always forget. Makes me think it's base because it updates for awe. Yeah. And, like, they did try to have pretty clear, or at least pretty accurate cards in Redux, so I don't feel like they would say base if they didn't at least try to make it base. Yeah, it's... Yeah, critical ascension is... Ooh. It's certainly an augment that exists. The really interesting thing, though, is that it's still sort of like... Do you want your build to just be you live in From the Shadows forever? Or do you want to do other things? Because you still have to cap out Sabomancer Tree. If you're already going there for Exiblade, then, like, that makes sense. So, already crazy builds like Blender, do Blender, Frost Shiver Melee. Like, swinging Assault and Battery, for example. With Critical Ascension. Build already literally one bonks the maker. So let's just give it 75% more damage. See what happens. And like, then you have Contagion and Alchemical Agent dipping off of that. It's just, oof. Yeah, this augment's crazy. Yeah, we don't need to be thinking about that. This one just has more damage. Okay then. Good Brucey. Good J-Bridge. Very fun with off-meta guns. Yeah. Next thing to see, I suppose, is can we get some sort of value out of this gun, despite it struggling?
Choose, Fate Maker.
Same, like, level of investment and everything. Broke Redux, I guess it got even more crazy. Yeah. The From the Shadows augment is, very broken. Like, even with all that damage, this gun still kind of struggles. I don't know if you could accurately call this struggling, but it's notably less efficient.
I made Nina stop
Like, I still have the Dahlia stuff on. Maybe we try Body Rune? I need to go farm the Pro SMG today. That's another thing I need to test. Does better with Body Rune, get around the Dark Magic lock issue. It's significantly better. Like, we have the poison bonus element from Imbued Weapon. And the fire from Body Rune. So that's how we're getting fusion happening. That's better. Okay, now we're cooking. Bully barks. Wag Chad to you all as well. A fast way to kill the Maker? Lots of fast ways to kill the Maker. Doing lots of damage is the through line for that. Lightning damage works particularly well, because she is just one giant ward bar. An interesting thing to note in the Maker fight is that she can't damage your shield. All damage in that fight, to my knowledge, goes directly to your health bar. So if you're wearing, say, a brimming shield, that's a lot of healing. So that lets you position a little more aggressively. Also means you don't want to run Deathless in that fight, probably. But that does mean that stuff like Cursed Wit and Agony has a lot less value in that fight. Keep that in mind. If it feels like your damage is falling off and you're using those items, it's because you're not able to really turn them on effectively. Unless you damage yourself, which is a risk. So the reason why this gun's performing right now is it's being Fusion and XE Blade carried. I'm having it just deliver hits. It's not really mattering how much damage it's doing, because Fusion's base damage is of the explosion is a lot bigger than the damage of one of these bullets, and it's boosted by spell damage. And it's an explosion, so it's splash, and it's getting the body rune bonus element. And then we've got all the crazy dots happening. Like, this gun is barely doing anything. But it's a good vehicle, I guess. Forgot we're not using Agony, so I can actually use this Fate Breaker. Diamond Gauntlets with 2 double knot and area damage. Nice. See how well this does here. Not well. Stab will bring for guns besides from the shadows. Exploit their weakness is good. But this is like guns plus other stuff happening. Nimble Fingers plus XE Blade's a lot of fire rate. But since we're a spell shot, spell damage is gun damage, so Nimble Fingers is giving us a good chunk. Stalker is insanely good. Thousand Cuts is insanely good. But we also do have XE Blade, Alchemical Agent, Contagion happening. So Stabbo is providing not as much direct value as you'd get from, say, Spell Shot, Spore Warden, but Critical Ascension, the From the Shadows augment in Redux, it's broken. It's broken. It's overpowered. So we're just kind of leaning into that with a lot of different outlets of damage. Like, this gun is bad, the one we're using right now. It's just straight up not a good gun, but we're forcing it to still work with the level of power that this multi-class and the armor we're currently wearing force into it.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I could also have better gear, like spell damage rings would take me farther overall, I think. Or at least a spell damage ring. I probably still want that Dahlia Field Teoth. Oh, this is the evil one where they put that fucking thing right there. You can't go that way. I realized as I did it. Yeah, this gun doing this well is wild. It's being hard carried by Fusion and Exeblade. I suppose that's what makes this an interesting setup to play. You could probably actually just use whatever gun you want. And it doesn't matter as long as it hits enough. Sorry about that. At that point, is it really a fun build? Personal preference, I guess. Use a Stoker AR, the true test. You're not wrong. Surely I have something for that. Exercise reload speed. Oof. We'll use that.
It's hard. It's worse than it's blood.
The homing bullets got me in the back.
Right, you need
I can't see the enemies to shoot them. Okay, that's the problem with that gun.
Wanna see people explode?
It's really a gun build. Ah, totally different sentiment.
undead and loving it.
Kind of.
Full and fresh.
Kind of. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we just needed a good string of procs, I suppose. Gun 0 damage delivery, how is it not? Is a body in mind Amara build a melee build? Or a gun build? Because Face Puncher benefits from both of those things, but it's just the vehicle for the damage. It's an action skill build. Like, poor Stokers. Yeah, Stoker ain't great. Yeah, but that's proccing something else. That's exactly what's happening here, J-Bridge. Executioner's Blade is being procced by my gun crits. Fusion is being procced by my dots. Those are both independent of the damage value of whatever gun I'm shooting. So it's exactly the same as Body and Mind. This is AA, part of it, yeah. AA Contagion off of Exeblade and Fusion.
That's the good stuff.
Now we can use guns that actually do damage and the performance gets notably better. Like if we use the Midnight Wisdom, it's silly. Gotta get 2 in 1. Butt Sally.
That's the way it's supposed to be, eh?
Simply be lucky. Oh, and Critical Ascension doesn't get nerfed on Gloop. Or doesn't nerf you on Gloop, I should say. The way, regular FTS does. Yeah, this is a bad gun. I'm not memeing, I'm not downplaying, this gun is not good. But it doesn't matter on this.
Know what they say? Secrets the world, Dad.
I did too much damage. Damage, damage, thump.
I'll take that.
I'm convinced it's not a gun build. Yeah. It's a non-gun build that can still benefit from making good gun choices. Like, we're now gonna use a good gun with a favorable elemental matchup against this boss. And it's gonna be good.
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
Oh yeah, Fatebreaker goes so hard on the Maker. What element's my melee weapon? Stand to have an element there.
Regular spell.
Ah, yeah, that's with critical ascension. Gotta love build that can make not good weapons into good weapons. It's sometimes interesting, yeah. But it's definitely... This is one of those weird cases where the gun slot is, like, completely invalidated. How does Redux change Fatebreaker? The birds count as melee damage, which is huge. Barrier or Fealty Oath, max size crit damage, yes please. Goddamn stomach. You gotta stop doing that. It's just angry. I think it just wants to say hi to you guys. You'd use a level 1 gun. Most likely, yeah. Because Fusion and Exiblade would still be doing the thing. It would be slower because the gun is some percentage of the output, as you can see with the difference between, you know, Midnight Wisdom and Archaic Host. But yeah, you could do this with a level 1 gun. How much does Awe help Alchemical Agent? Yes. Critting more often means more Alchemical Agent. Awe is one of the most consistent and high value crit increases for stuff in general. Now, it's not hard to get melee crit chance up in most circumstances, but like, let's say you were using Salt and Battery. Salt and Battery has a very low base crit. Awe gets you a lot more mileage towards consistency in Alchemical Agent than, like, crit chance boosts do. So you could, for example, go Stabbo Claw here with Awe armor and swing Assault and Battery, and because you'd have base 25 from Critical Ascension, and then you'd have 3 points in Awe, ideally, you'd still have your Salt and Battery would have something around like maybe a 50% crit chance total with other gear. So that's a lot. That's crit increase in the game besides points in strength and dex. I'm not sure what you're asking because strength and dex do different things. Awe's crit damage is different from most other forms of crit damage. Oz crit chance in Redux is different from most other forms of crit chance. It's just different. Hey, 2 ammo per shot, White Rider. We could shoot a live wire on this build. That'd be silly. It'd be funny though. But it would be silly. Stop it. Like that for a range melee rather than just face splinter. Yeah, Fate Breaker is exceptionally, like, it feels a really cool niche in Redux. Just does a lot of things well without invalidating
Think you can make it?
too many other things. Like the Ragnarok's a complete meme. I don't quite know how you'd fix that other than huge damage increase. Yeah, that a better White Rider roll is noticeable immediately. Immediately apparent.
Now that's a bloody
Same way you fix the carrier. I suppose so, huh?
spells are up.
I like to see quest rewards world drop after doing the quests. It's better than chance finding in vendors. Redux has that. They can world drop in Redux. See how much slower this is without the dots doing the work. That quartz takes a while. Then we get the dots and stuff going, and, well, that happens. Meant for BO4 noise too. Yeah, fair enough.
Wherefore art thou ammunition?
Yeah, this genuinely feels like original Contagion. It's weird. Morning, Beaver. How you doing? I should be using a fire spell when shooting this White Rider, honestly. But no. I'm not gonna. Although inflammation would go hard. As we got stuck on one of the trees. Oh no! I think I've heard of that happening.
Of that brat him reload. Gonna need more magic.
Save me, Fate Breaker. There's a little too much damage going on. Testing or farming? Bit of both. Bit of both. Friday for me, can't wait to get home, play some Redux, install the last night, had a blast. How am I? I'm doing well, Beaver. I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm having a good time testing out this very body and mind style build. Star Wars Jedi Survivor comes out tonight, so looking forward to that. I'll probably force myself to go to sleep somewhat early so that I don't accidentally run into spoilers on the internet. Scrolling at like 2 a.m. as I normally do. Because I do want to stream it tomorrow. Hopefully situations will align and let me do that. It's always tricky deciding, like, whether I want to stream a new game the day it comes out, because people who would care to watch it are not gonna watch, because, like, they don't want spoilers. But there's a lot of people who have no interest in playing a game, but have interest in watching a game. So. And also, I want to play it. I don't want to play because I love the first game. Yeah, I thought the first game was really cool. Hold interest in the stories, don't really care to play them. Yeah, that's how I feel about certain things. That's like FromSoft titles for me for the most part. A lot of explosions. Fusion is such a crazy class, well, armor, whatever. Stop healing. There we go. I think after this run I'll swap back to the sniper and try a non-fusion armor. And see how good that clear overall is. With like just the sniper and Exi Blade and without the extra layer of bullshit. Build we trying today? So we're doing Trap Scallion with Spell Sabo. We've taken the From the Shadows augment, which is overpowered. No other real way to put that. We're also using Executioner's Blade. We've got a fusion armor on, so we've got a ton of additional damage happening when we do damage that doesn't depend on how much we did with our gun. We got a bunch of dots rolling in the background. With the option to shoot good guns as well. but it lets a non-boss melting weapon such as a White Rider really put up a good showing because of how often it hits and it being the appropriate element to do fusion things. It's kind of like the same concept as using a face puncher to apply body and mind and not having melee boosts over in BL3. Or also on dual beam intentionally when I'm mobbing, so I hit multiple enemies. Spreads more dots around, more hits. I was on single beam for the boss fight there because there weren't extra targets to hit. What other Dahlia stuff could I have fun with? Look at ARs, I guess. Like all our fusions obtainable yet? I don't know if that's been fixed or not, Etchy. I would assume not. Quad bow's kinda ass. Donkey's good, but that's Stoker. I feel like using Stoker. Hey Don, how are you? Quadbow's ass, I mean, it's good. It's not the good kind of ass, unfortunately. That's one, I'll forget that exists, as I'm likely to do otherwise. Run Cape of Tides, I guess? Makes the most sense. I could do Gunslinger. The spell shot power Gunslinger. Yeah, I'll do that. Redux and no Redux players play together? No. Absolutely not. Hey Sora, I'm off work. How was work today?
Choose, Fate Maker. Helpful. Good
There's all my spell weaving stacks. Fusion and Contagion do curse nonsense. A whole bunch of stuff happening. Move base. We had Fusion, Contagion, XC Blade, Alchemical Agent. A whole lot of stuffs. Now we're doing non-fusion. I could go last gasp over body rune here. That'd probably be pretty crazy, huh? Yeah, I'm down. It's the kind of fire that damages me. One of these fires is surely the damage the player kind.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Oh, not that one. Okay, well, I'll find some water or something. Sexily proc off dots? No. Gun crits, spell crits. But we're shooting a lot of guns, so... certainly a lot of enemies hitting me all at once.
Oh, don't look so surprised.
Last gas fire rate is nice. Work was a whole lot of fun. I enjoy work again after not having to deal with customers. I feel you there. Oh, there's an invisible wall there apparently. It always throws me off that this map is oversaturated. Like, it's just this map. They have a filter on this map and this map alone, where everything is extremely vibrant. I don't know how well you can see that through Twitch compression. But it's like a deep fried meme. Skeep would go hard here. Yeah. Skeep would go hard. We still have it equipped. Just use it for spell weaving. And we're back to the midnight. Oh, there goes my ammo. I wasn't paying attention to that. Critical Ascension, you say? Yeah, Ken. The From the Shadows augment is pretty busted. That's what I was looking for. Figured there had to be one. You're gonna make me use other guns? Unbelievable. How dare you make me an agent in my own success. I would like that old god, but I don't really have inventory space, so never mind. How many Exy Blades that is? Did they remove the internal cooldown on this thing? There's a container over here? I guess I've not been to this map often enough. I learned something today. Yeah, at some point we're gonna have to take this this augment and take it for a joyride with truly silly things. Like, as I mentioned before, salt and battery is a thing that exists. Good rings for melee damage? Ones that have melee damage. So, like, for rings, honestly, do not stress about which kinds of rings they are. Look for the stats. Look for the stats. So, like, this is a championship ring, but I regularly forget that this is a championship ring because I just look at the other stats. Like, gun damage, active skill duration, sniper damage, good for my build. I take it. And then ask no more questions. So prioritize those. So you're just looking at stats. This does mean that purples can be very valuable to you as well. So you're looking for melee damage, melee crit chance, melee crit damage. Those are your big stats.
For the weak.
I'm sure they changed Bolt Lash. Did they?
Spell slots are ready. Fully stopped.
They didn't change a lot of things. Yeah, like there's a bunch of items that went unchanged. I don't think Bolt Lash needs changes.
Gonna need more magic.
Pincushion could maybe use some love, but maybe there's some kind of interaction we've overlooked in the new stuff that Redux adds that makes Pincushion not completely terrible. Copium. The water got me.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Need a hit of that copium. Sorry, I used it all.
This'll come in handy.
Pincushion needs to change. Needs to be white rarity weapon. It's about that strong. Turtle Bronco Buster is just such an interesting tragedy. Bronco Buster's thing is that it's low capacity and increases your health. Turtle's thing is that it increases capacity and decreases your health. There's a little bit of a conflict of interest there. Okay, we're gonna come back to this save later. Especially because I do want to farm the Pearl SMG. Let's hop on a different one for now. A shield for Deathless Mantle? Define best. Or what situation? What's your chosen outlet of dealing damage? Like, remember, these games are too complicated for best to apply unless you get really, really, really specific. Do I even have, like, a From the Shadows swing melee weapon build? It's been so long that I might not have a save that's currently set up for that. Try this one. It's a Lula. Bronco Buster Deathless? Can't say I recommend that. Yeah, Body Rune works, because Body Rune just gives good damage in general. Even despite the healing not being the thing. Tried Vesper last night with Ghostblade, took me like 15 minutes, she resisted everything, or am I missing something? As far as I know, she only resists fire. What did Crystal Storm replace? Crystal Storm replaced Bread Slicers. That's why I haven't seen Bread Slicers. Okay. I've been on the save in probably about 10 months. Bear with me while I figure out what was going on here. Let's respec. Which is the best thing since sliced bread? Possibly. Hope I can get that Revenant SMG so annoying Lexi spawns only 1/4 of the time. Yeah, that bug is annoying. Especially because it still eats your souls. I don't love that. Do I go burr here? Do I have awe armor? I do have awe armor. It'd be pretty funny to turn on From the Shadows, wait to get hit, and then hit them with Salt and Battery once and delete their entire existence. That would be pretty funny. We'll stay burr for right now, though. Description of Bolas shows arrows bouncing off a surface turned into saw blades. That certainly sounds different. I don't remember Bolt Lash doing that. Have you tested it out in game? Oh yeah, you can Shadow Step and still get... Wait, Shadow Step actually has value in From the Shadows pure melee builds if you're using Critical Ascension. I never even thought of that. That's sick. Use fire first, other elements are like a little better, but not much. Just be a damage issue then. Vesper's pretty tanky. I don't know how much total HP she has, but it's definitely like boss level. Like boss. She's not like Wastard HP or something. So if you just put some points of dexterity, you crit each time anyway with any weapon. Yeah, because like a base of 25%. Yeah. I love Unyielding. Do I take Unyielding? I'm using Amnesia. I take Unyielding. What am I talking about? We take Savagery because Salt and Battery double dips that. Icebreaker. I feel like we don't really need Blood Frenzy. Do that, see what happens. Crit damage, status damage. Might skip crit chance and just take tank power. Be more beefy. So we got some re-rolling to do. Do I even have an SMB on the safe? I have a dark magic one. Not have a cryo one. Non-Ellie. Yeah, that Omega Rush used to be a Twin Soul. I should sell that. Poison, Salt, and Battery. Guess I'll use the Dark Magic one for right now. No wrong answers here, to be honest. Alchemical and From the Shadows augment all you need. Yeah, it's this is just making a setup that already one-tapped raid bosses with one swing of the melee weapon even stronger. Like in vanilla, you don't have buffed 1000 cuts. You don't have Stalker. You don't have Critical Ascension. Yeah, it is gonna be silly. So I need better Salt and Battery. Big thing right now. I guess this gear is acceptable. I do like the Iron Squall points. That's nice. Don't need the Spore Warden thing. Projectile speed AoE radius is going to be pretty good, I must say. So we're shooting a Scalawag, and the radius helps inflammation. After casting a spell radius, I'll take that. Ability crit chance. We don't have any damage source ability stuff. So, no thanks. I still want to try this enchant, the Feral Surge melee speed, with 10 out of 5 Iron Squall and 3 haste, and see how long it takes to get the animation lockout bug. And Omega Rush. I mean, we could use a good melee weapon instead. Like Fatebreaker, which is more melee hits per second than Omega Rush, because the burps. Common Fatebreaker W. It's the fastest, though? Yeah, it's the fastest swing speed. But it's a lot of swings of a weapon that isn't very good. You're going full meme, go full meme. Fair enough. I guess I put that there. Okay. Boss run. Fatebreaker season is here. I guess maybe I want Sabomancer power on my armor, because I don't have it on my amulet. That was a really short from the shadows. Do I have a Sabo power Barbalode? No? Okay, I need to keep an eye out for that. I have a Shaped Hourglass in save. Bradluck became Shaped Hourglass. Okay. That makes sense. This is Stabo power, but the all points don't do anything for me. I guess we armor farm it. I've been Assault and Battery advocate. In vanilla, Assault and Battery is far and away the peak of what you'll get with swinging a melee weapon for damage. The Dagger Storms created from it double dip melee damage, and then can also crit themselves and apply alchemical agent and stuff. And it's got the highest melee crit mult in the game. The only downsides are it swings slow and has a terrible crit chance. But if you're in From the Shadows, that don't matter. I'm stuck inside the boss. Am I dead? Oh, I live. Loot bunnies being how they are in Redux. Is there a good way to farm purples? Still loot bunnies. It's only... So, like, in terms of chamber runs that don't feel profitable, it's boss runs, aka what I'm doing right now, because they don't have those containers. The skulls, those give you a lot of crystals in Redux. But this does create the problem of, if there's not a good featured run available, then you have to do the RNG runs, which means you could get a boss that your build isn't equipped to handle, you get a boss that just takes longer. It's a bit annoying. Oh, this is not even close to as powerful as Assault and Battery can get, even in vanilla. Even in vanilla. This was good old Barbara. If you ever heard Sen talk about Barbara, this is Barbara. Okay. He got confused. We did so much damage. He was ascending. But we didn't give him permission to die yet. I guess I'm up here now. Barbara adopted the Salt and Battery. I thought it was a Banshee enjoyer. I had a Banshee equipped, but I respec Barbara into Critical Ascension and then was like, Salt and Battery Critical Ascension sounds like a thing I could do. So I'm doing it. I can't see. There we go. Oh, so it's Barbara on drugs. Yeah, Barbara really, she's going through some shit right now. Using whatever coping mechanisms are available to her. We should not shame Barbara, we should assist Barbara. Shark Lesson Ring is melee attack only bonus element, right? That's sad. Probably for the best, though. Hey, Craig. How you doing? Part of me wants to see how the Snake Stick does in Redux now the Hydra is also apparently do melee damage. They did that in vanilla already, Ken. They're quite good because of that. Snake Stick is a nice Ghost Blade melee weapon. Because you can, like, if you're already set up to do alchemical agent stuff, you can go bonk an enemy 3 times while your Ghost Blade's doing its thing, and then you'll have 4 things that are just there doing melee damage for you, while you can do whatever else you're gonna do. Now, I'd say some of its thunder has been stolen by Fatebreaker in Redux, but you still have the advantage of those Hydras counting towards things like Faithful Thralls and Brutal Stampede. I know Rune uses Snake Stick on a lot of Brutal Stampede builds. Would a Big Ounce do more damage with Executioner's Blade or the weapon you're currently using? Depends. Depends. So, like, Big Ounce has a lot more base damage. But Salt and Battery has twice as much crit damage. I'm still inclined to lean towards Big Ounce doing more Exy Blade damage, but Salt and Battery is going to do more anytime I swing the weapon itself. So, since this is a build that does both, I really lean towards Salt and Battery. It's like, if we compare Salt and Battery damage with... Do I even have a Big Ounce? I don't think I do. Is there one here? Because Big Ounce has like 2,000 damage and Solid Battery has like 800. But Solid Battery has 200% crit mult and Big Ounce has 100. Very big differences. So it's not all about that base. I was misled. No trouble. Still though. Be right back. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. Coffee. Okay, I am here. So, like, brief rant. Why does none of my hair act right? So, like, my facial hair is just getting more blonde as I age, which is really fucking weird. And then the hair on my head's just going. But then my body hair is like, yeah, this is white now. I don't understand. Someone please send assistance. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. It was like, Of course, I love having a multicolored beard. It's still, like, mostly black, but there's a decent second portion of blonde and even a little red, which, weird for my skin tone, I must say. A little weird. Started growing white hairs in the center of my beard on the chin, which I'm all here for. I wouldn't mind doing the whole salt and pepper thing, but like, I'm like peppering fucking paprika and breadcrumbs right now. When I get a good element, salt and battery, Salissa, let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. Sounds like the base is a really good or really bad dish. I've maintained that smoked paprika is an underused seasoning. It's the GOAT. You can put it in anything. I do. Hell yeah. This is just making me want to try this in Clawstalker flavor, but like, maybe instead of Amnesia, you go grab Tyrant's Truth. So I could just grab the one for my hammer throw build. Need a Stapo power bar below for this save, I think. Keep 3 types of smoked paprika on hand most of the time. Spanish hot, Spanish sweet, and Hungarian. Fucking love you, Jester. Smoked paprika, put that shit on everything. I'm among my people.
Remember this.
I swear you were gonna do a nickname in high school joke, J-Bridge. I was disappointed when it didn't happen as I read that sentence. Biggest thing people miss is you want a bunch of it IMO. It should at least tint the food red. Yes. Yes, you gotta have the red tint. That's literally what I use to make sure I've seasoned burgers properly. Love paprika. We are like-minded today. Sometimes you gotta try something new. Lunch break is 2.5 hours away. I'm starting to get hungry now. I might have played all of us. If I run the Lightning Salt and Battery, what hell mod did that have? Warrior. So Caustic helps out inflammation and alchemical agent. Warrior just helps out the melee side of stuff, but Salt and Battery double dips the melee damage, but Contagion double dips the status damage. But the melee damage will make the status... Actually, no, the melee damage won't make the status bigger. Actually, it will, because Alchemical Agent doesn't work how normal dots do. I think Salt and Battery is better here. The the lighting one, rather. Because I can do Soaked. I think the lightning one's better. They're both Salt and Battery. Brain no worky. Me too hungry. Question. Confused on hero stats in this game. Is it better just max out a couple stats or to kind of even it out with some a little higher? Depends entirely on what kind of build you're doing, Austin. Like, for example, if you're running a pure spellcasting build, then putting a lot of points into spell cooldown helps you out quite a lot. If you're doing a damage over time build, a status effect build, then maxing that out helps a lot. If you find yourself wanting more survivability, then getting that extra shields and HP helps out a lot. It really depends on what you need most in your build. I don't think distributing them evenly is ever really the play. But I will say that hero stats as a whole mean a lot less to your build than most other areas of your power. Like your gear is still going to mean more, your skill tree is still going to mean more. Myth rank if you're a myth rank user. Want to make burgers now, thanks. I kind of do too, but it's miserable outside and I don't want to make them inside. Fire big ounce. Salt battery, non-elemental with no hill mod. Sad. Yeah, we're pretty much hitting for salt and batteries and fate breakers. Though I really want to try Clawstalker flavor of this. Because then we could have awe. Fuck it, let's grab this stuff. Yeah, stomach doing the thing. I even turned the gain down on my mic, and then it just started growling louder. I don't know what to do with that. Why am I here? Oh, I ran out of souls farming jarwood. That's why I was here. Oh yeah, I made a bunch of barbecue chicken yesterday. Um, drums and thighs, which was my nickname in high school. And I made sure to make extra so that there'd be leftovers. But turns out, I got drunk and hungry while I was cooking, so I just ate all the stuff that would have been leftovers. So I'm still fucked. Quag? What? What? What'd I do? We're on the rhythm team. I could not carry a tune in a fucking bucket. Let's put it that way. It is not one of my few talents. So we put this Tyrant's Truth away. Still need an appropriate barbel load. To figure out how to handle that. Oh yeah, there's the other archaic host. And there's the Time Stun Thunder Fury I'd been thinking about. Put a negative force away for use on some kind of build. Like actually, having a negative force on Barbara would be pretty good because we'd get the pearlescent bonus. Yeah, I should make sure to put that away. Frequently upset at the gluttony of past, J-Bridge. No leaving any leftovers for today, J-Bridge. Yeah, I have that problem often. Like it's crazy because it was a full like pack of chicken thighs and like a small pack of drums. It was like 4 drums and like 6 thighs for 3 people, and I ended up eating 3 people's worth. Everyone else got to eat too, but I just kept going. Maybe that's why my stomach was so fucked last night. It's normally fucked, though. It couldn't have been that. Okay, more Filtios. That's the big Furior one. Yeah, Furior Filtios can double roll gun damage for some reason. So, like, you know how Sharksbanes are 30? Yeah, these are 40. I need to find a save with a Stavomancer Barbaload. I think I know one that has one. Filtios always have mag size. There's 3 or 4 different passes on Filtios. There's mag size, reload speed, crit chance, crit damage. Skulldugger has shots to break in the pool. So yeah, there's more. I think you might just be unlucky. A little bit of room here. I do. Never feel bad for eating delicious ass. Chicken. Critical Ascension. Yeah, the From the Shadows augment in Redux is pretty egregiously powerful. We might even have to call it a little bit goofy. A little bit silly, as Mr. Moist would say. Stabo. Yeah, use that one. Nerfworthy? Probably. So, like, what if I told you, compared to... I just loaded the same save. What if I told you, Morpheus meme, that compared to regular From the Shadows, with a build with augmented version, you could have all of the same upsides, but with a 75% increased damage output. Like, I don't think Stabo is out of line. I think a couple of things on Stabo have always been out of line. It's just now From the Shadows is even more out of line if you cap the tree. What save was I on? I was on this one. Because, like, for example, Arsenal's still a shit skill. Regular gun build with From the Shadows and the other tree's capstone doesn't seem out of line or anything. That's Red Pillars of the Blue Pill. Crap. I don't know. I don't know what the internet's done to the themes of the Matrix in 2023. I don't know if we can use any of those references anymore without getting associated with some weird people. From the Shadows augment plus Blade plus alchemical is completely broken. Yeah, that combination of things is completely broken, and you could argue, if you were making the argument that Stabo is broken, then yeah, those are multiple things in Stabo that you can take without any real skill tree deviation. It's just 1 point more than you would spend in that tree in vanilla, but you make all the same choices, and it's nuts. But keep in mind that minus Critical Ascension was already arguably the strongest build in vanilla. Like Frost Shiver, Swinging Assault, and Battery was already functionally the most terrifying thing in vanilla. So like this is just that, but like better. You don't need to make that better. I'm not trying to say the augment should stay how it is. It doesn't need to. But like, it's like a case of if you played BL3, anyone here, Guardian Angel gets a lot of shit. Like, Fish Slap was still Fish Slap before Guardian Angel, you know? It's that sort of deal. That said, they could totally make Critical Ascension give you a crit chance penalty instead of increase, and it would still be like a must grab. They could legitimately make it lower your base crit chance to 0. And it would still be a must grab. Because you have forced crit effects like Shadow Step. And anything that can interact with a crit spot can still crit. I knew you'd loop around to defending smart armor. That's crazy how we got there. It's crazy how we got there. But like the thing is, smart armor's crit bonus isn't good. Whereas Critical Ascension is just like, hey, do more damage. So I'm gonna split that particular hair to gaslight myself into believing I didn't just defend smart armor. Okay? Aren't they the same? I'm pretty sure smart armor's crit damage is just like strength style crit. And then Critical Ascension is just like a damage mult. Crit Ascension is Shrine Crit or something? No, I think it's just a damage mult. It's just like, it's not even crit damage, it's just damage. Because From the Shadows says minus crit damage, but what it actually does is just minus damage. So if Critical Ascension is the same thing in reverse, it's just a damage mult. Like, not even crit damage, it's just damage. There's the tire's truth. We have Quag Chat emote, where is Quag Mental Gymnastics? Coming soon. How are you, Raid? I'm one with the power creep. The power creep is with me. Like scale simple all damage? Yeah. Something that accomplishes that role. Yeah, that's the way it works out, Tallulah. I can't remember offhand if the things that can't crit in the game are reduced in From the Shadows as well. I can't remember. There's 5 things in vanilla that can't crit at all. You can still get to happen during FTS. With some gymnastics in a couple cases. And I can't remember how those function. So thank you for testing. But yeah, that's from Formula Doc, right? Should be pretty easy to test with Spirit Swarm. Yeah. Thank you. Lightning Stab would have been better here, but oh well. So we're going not necessarily more glass cannon because we don't have amnesia, so we can now just like justify taking a hit. But we're getting a little squishier, so we can get a little sillier. I should take Rebuke. But I don't think I have any cooldown elsewhere, so I could just take Dedication. Though Radiance is really good. Split the difference. I'll just max Dedication. And Storm Breath, that leaves us a point. I think realistically should go to 1,000 cuts. Although follow-up... Shit, follow-up makes a lot of sense here. Follow-up makes more sense than sneak attack. Because I don't have conditional otherwise. Okay, here's what we'll do. There's 1 point left. I can go either follow-up or additional 1,000 cuts. It's the value of 1,000 cuts points. 0.4 per stack. That's pretty good. Already get 20% there. Yeah, that's better. Cool. Storm Breath says elemental damage means like Frostfire damage boost, not status effect. Yes. That is correct. Thank you, you're welcome. Okay, so now Clawstalker flavor Barbara. It always circles back to Clawstalker somehow. All roads end in Clawstalker.
Think you can make it?
The idea here is Assault and Battery should be pretty terrifying now. We have a lot of elemental damage, which means a lot of lightning damage. We've also got Awe. We got Barbaload. We got Salt and Battery. Yeah, that's about what I expected. It'd be really cool if we could get Resistance is Futile, but having that and Critical Ascension would be a little much. Just a little excessive. Oh no, Wastard buddy. Oh no. Hey, Mr. Arson, how you doing? Poor little guy. Yeah. He tried his best. That's a good White Rider. Oh, something I want to try. So, Oil and Spice Puddle. I'm The testing that was done a while back, I think it was by Eternal Dragon, is that you need a fire projectile. Doesn't necessarily need to be a bullet, but it needs to be a projectile to detonate the puddle. But I want to test that to see if there are things that weren't considered for that, like maybe cleansing flames into an oil and spice puddle. Which second class should I choose for a status effect build on Redux? Main Blight Caller. Feels dank, man. Sabomancer is the natural second choice for that. Like, you know how Spirit Swarm's good because it double dips off of your status damage? Well, Contagion double dips off of your status damage and then can make a Spirit Swarm. So you can then just triple dip. And it turns your single target into multi-target. Gives you access to, the status effects of elements you aren't applying yourself. Not to mention you get the status damage in the first tier, you get Exploit Their Weakness for a nice damage debuff. Like, the classes complement each other extremely well. This is gross. This is disgusting. Gotta make sure I pick up all the souls. Got the second Dolly ring, let's go. Was that a 205k tick of Dagger Storm? For like a tick? Not matching elements, not using soaked? That's a thing. Like, we could have stronger crossbolts with Tooth Raider as well for a lot more melee damage. There's so much we could be doing to have more damage, it's just enemies aren't living long enough. I want to get some Sharksbane rings with double gun crit damage rolls. It's going to be a whole hell of a lot harder. Well, luckily, any Sharksbane that rolls gun damage will have that higher value. So that bit is easy. It's just going for the specific crit damage is the part you have to worry about. 8 out of 3 in all right now in my Chaos Chamber. Goated. I should get a different enchant on my gun here. Oh, in all honesty, maybe I don't need to use a Bolt Blaster here. Maybe I could just use the Tooth Raider. The DPS is worse, it's a lot of reloading. Food for thought. Got like no crystals that run. Holy shit. 1500? What happened? Poor Pincushion and Ragnarok. Like, there's gotta be something we can do. Like, maybe Pincushion can do the same kind of thing we were doing with the fusion and the Xe Blade and all that. Like, maybe Copium. Maybe we get some bonus elements. Like, we get a Body Rune going. We get Enrage going. Those explosions will get that bonus element. Air Dash is so good for movement quality of life. Yeah, it's incredible. I don't think Ragnarok is salvageable. I really don't think it is. Like, you need a massive base damage buff for this thing to be worth touching, especially with Fatebreaker doing what it does now. And I Wisdom reload is down to about 0.3 second reload. It's so goofy looking. Love it. That's such a good gun. I really enjoy that gun a lot. That's probably my favorite completely new item. Like, Fatebreaker is my favorite changed item in Redux, and then Midnight Wisdom is my favorite new item.
Think you can make it?
Let's do Raid Boss Rush. See what happens. Ragnarok very misnamed. Should it have been named Love and Thunder? That was a little harsh. I feel bad for that one. Dark World. Which one of those movies is worse? Like, I think it's contentious. Never saw either? Don't. I mean, you could maybe, like, look up clips of Christian Bale's performance in Love and Thunder. He's good at, like, everything, so that's always enjoyable. It's also acceptable to stare at Natalie Portman's arms, because she did get jacked for that movie. Very impressive. Dark World Lease had Matt Damon. That was Ragnarok. Ragnarok and Love and Thunder both had Matt Damon. No, I'm good at existing. Appreciate Taika for making Thor Ragnarok. I kind of want Marvel to stop fishing for more comedy action movies. Yeah, like, the course correction, making people enjoy Thor by making him funny, like, that worked once. It didn't even work the second time with the same guy doing it. Like, it failed immediately the second attempt. I've discussed before about how apparently far too easy to please when it comes to nerd movies, but I thought Dark World was fun. Not good, but fun. I appreciate it a lot more after Endgame made the events retroactively more important to, like, the whole continuity. I thought that was pretty neat. Like, it's not offensively awful or anything, it's just boring. That's all. Love them all. Based jam lot. Based. Oh, that was a bad jump. Can I salvage this? Kind of. Over here. Parkour in. He's beginning to believe. Fingers crossed hard for Blade. Me too. I hope those production hiccups they had a while back didn't cause any damage to the project. I think the highlight of Love and Thunder is Russell Crowe. Interestingly, there's actually a really good deleted scene with, you know, Russell Crowe's character just kind of doing his thing. Like, legitimately a good scene. And it had a lot of people scratching their head like, why's that not in the movie? Weird choices made. Don't really recall any Marvel movies. I know I've watched them and I can't remember anything about them. That's pretty much the most accurate description of them as a whole. Like, there's a couple that have interesting moments or ideas, but it never lasts. Because it's just... Even calling it the McDonald's of entertainment film is insulting to McDonald's. Like, McDonald's at least makes a cursory effort that their food tastes good. Marvel's just like formula. Ride or die formula. Win or lose, do the formula. It's so exhausting. Bad timing. Oh hey, it worked. Endgame is peak. Always remember on your left. Yeah, that was a great moment. You know, over a decade of build-up, that was pretty cool. And they just don't know what to do after that. Except Guardians, I like those. I'll probably go see Guardians 3 in theaters. Yeah. I did see Ant-Man 3 in theaters, and it was, like, when it ended, it was this surreal moment where everyone in the theater, while waiting for the post-credits, at least the row I was in, the row in front of me, and the row behind me, we were all just, like, confused that was it, that's all that happened. And then the post-credits happened, and the consensus was, hey, that was better than the entire movie. It's just this weird space where I kind of view it like how Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty, over in the gaming space, have both needed to take time off so that they could start making things people like cared about again. And Marvel could probably benefit from doing that. Because they're just kind of continuing to churn things out. And nothing's sticking. Still, yeah, I don't know what that hiccup was. Connection really just tried to shit out. Cat, what are you doing? Throws a couple curves though too. Anthony may said Ant-Man. Ant-Man was a bright spot. There's definitely bright spots. Like, Shang-Chi had actually good fight choreography for the first half of the movie. It was really fun.
I see what's up. Wanna take over? You asked for it!
Disney heard you and pulled the plug. Clearly, Felicia. Clearly. Ability level +2 blank slate. Ooh, I really want that. For memes. Next movie I go see in theaters is Fast 10, and that's just incredibly unfortunate, but I simply have no choice to keep watching. It's still one of my proudest moments that, because of the job I was doing at the time, I actually got paid to go see Fast 8 in theaters. And that made it so much more enjoyable. The difference of being on the clock, being paid to watch the movie, made me love it. It was so fun. It's a good Amnesia. I'll probably go see Fast 10 too. Like, those movies are a great example of bad movies. It doesn't necessarily mean they're not enjoyable movies. They can still be really fun. Funny thing about the Kang stuff in the comics, mainly Secret Wars, that it served to trim off all the fat they built up in the comics. For some reason, they're kind of building up the fat in the MCU. I don't know if they'll actually trim it. Well, they're trying to do the formula again, Mr. Arson. They're trying to do, hey, you know, a decade of build up to Thanos worked out pretty well. Let's just do that again with another strong guy, and it ain't working. And I don't think they really understand why, because they got a good actor, if a bit of a problematic one, for Kang. They got a really good actor. So, like, that's fine. The performance is fine. The characters they're using are fine. It's just the plots they're doing, they don't feel like they're connected to each other or like anything that's happening matters. For example, some of the best recent Marvel content they've done, the Loki series. The Loki series was really, really good. How much are we actually getting that has anything to do with the Loki series? Like a little bit in Ant-Man 3 post-credits? Might not have that actor anymore? Yeah, I don't know what's happening with that.
Come on, have some fun.
I guess this is maybe a Disney thing as a whole, because they have the same problem over with Star Wars. Like, Andor was fantastic, and everyone's like, yo, just do more Andor-like stuff. Mando Season 3 blatantly had one episode that was trying to be Andor, and it's a polarizing episode, because people hate it as a Mando episode, but a lot of people like it as a standalone thing, because it's an Andor episode in a Mandalorian season. But it doesn't feel connected, so it doesn't land. Who's the actor? Jonathan Majors, who is lately in hot water over some pretty serious allegations, domestic abuse stuff. Generally being difficult to work with in the industry stuff. Dropped by his agency stuff. So, it's not been substantiated on a concrete level, but it's certainly bad optics for Marvel right now, which I'm sure they're aware of. But like, he's the guy they're staking their entire cinematic universe on right now, so like, what do you do? Loved Andor, but didn't like that Mando episode. I really enjoyed it a lot in the moment, and then when that episode proved to have not done anything for the series at all and nothing in it mattered, I liked it less. Learn to wait and see the entire story. But yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, always wait. Always wait. Wait and see. I would advise against taking strong stances before having complete information. But the thing that is concrete is that the optics of the situation are absolutely not good for a multi-billion-dollar intellectual property that is currently floundering and needs stability. That's the takeaway there. Oh, hey. I guess we don't need to go farm this. This is the last pearl. No one hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. Absolutely true. Wait and see, but I do tend to trust victims. Yeah, I err on that side myself. Every once in a while, you have something that gives unfortunate fuel to the kind of people who, make people who believe victims get egg on their face. Stuff like that, I don't know if you guys saw that whole situation with that YouTuber Quite recently. Basically, dude had a bunch of very serious false stuff thrown at him and had to do like some of the best damage control I've ever seen on the internet. Brought receipts. Had to do like a face reveal and stuff. Like, it was a wild situation. It was one of those things where the entire internet was calling this dude some terrible things for like a week, and then it turned out to not be true. It sucks because everyone should be able to believe victims. Everyone should just do that. It's a tough conversation to have. But, like, I do think the default should be believing. People used to bandwagon hate on victims, now they bandwagon hate on the accused. I mean, while still hating victims. Like, spend 5 minutes on the internet and you will see people be victim blamed for any possible bad thing that could happen to them. And because that's still the default, it's just, like you said, people love hate bandwagons. They will hate bandwagon anything. Just happens to fall under anything. That Mandalorian episode had a great initial taste but bad after is what I'm hearing. That's how I feel about it. Like, I really enjoyed it in the moment, but then by the time 2 episodes had happened, I was like, oh, this didn't matter, did it? Need your nail wisdom? What's up, Moo? It's a long episode with no payoff. The no payoff is what soured it for me. I think Andor is the best Star Wars content since the original trilogy. Kenobi and Boba Fett are entertaining but weird. I would personally say that I prefer Andor to the original trilogy. I say the original trilogy is one of those things of its impact more than quality. Because you cannot look at Return of the Jedi under a microscope and consider it structurally good when compared, especially when compared to some of the stuff that came after. Like, you just can't. Empire? Sure. Empire is structurally very sound. The OG establishes the universe while telling the story well and stuff, but Return of the Jedi is not a good movie. That's the spicy Star Wars take that I'm gonna get crucified for in a minute. But like, Andor is good. Really worth watching considering the events of Rogue One. It's a pretty far removed prequel, Mr. Arson, from the events of Andor. Like, we're getting a second season of Andor, and by that point, we might still not have caught up to Rogue One. It depends on what you like tonally. Like, it really has this grim tone to it in sort of a grounded way. Like, if you like espionage thrillers, it has a lot of that. And it really makes the Empire feel like this. It has this weight that it doesn't in a lot of other Star Wars content. Like, the Empire in the original trilogy, they're just kind of, oh, these are bad guys, I guess. And then in Andor, it's like, oh, this is a fascist government that'll just have you killed on the street because they can. And people don't really know what to do about that since it's still pretty new. Like, that's interesting. So they explore, like, much more mature themes in Andor than they bother to do in other Star Wars. Something they kind of did with Rogue One, but they do it a lot more in Andor. So I think it's flavor. Even if, you know, prequel-itis, you know the fates of some of the characters involved, but that doesn't make it uninteresting. When it comes to famous people or people we know well who have had a huge positive impact, so much easier to either call a victim or a liar or blame them because so many people don't understand that a person can be two or more things. Yeah, people will only ever show you the sides of themselves that they want you to see or that they failed to cover up. That's that. Since I haven't watched Andor yet, which Mando episode felt like it? What was the episode number or the name? Does anyone remember? I don't want to give an incorrect answer. Got quite started on the Star Wars sequel movies. Listen, Felicia, if you gotta hear it, they do too. While Kenobi and Boba Fett had some story problems, they're really entertaining. Enjoyed them at least for the nostalgia. I thought that Boba Fett started strong. It just lost momentum fast. Have to make a nail set for YouTube. Ooh. Rewatching Clone Wars and Rebels and prep for Ahsoka. I really need to rewatch Rebels for that, yeah. I love Return of the Jedi, will not apologize for it, much like people were children. Phantom Menace came out. I cannot hate on it. Oh, yeah, totally. Like, I feel that way about the prequels, because I grew up with those. And there's people who feel the same way about the sequels, despite the fact that, you know, the people in the other two camps are like, is this your Star Wars? But it's just how it works. It's just how it works. I'll just consume any new Star Wars content they make, and I will enjoy it to some degree. I'm convinced they can't make anything I'll actually hate. Yeah, getting hate out of me is rare. Like, strong distaste and aggressive boredom they can do. But it's hard. It's hard. How excited are we about Cal 2? He's hot now. My stream title tomorrow is gonna be something to the effect of Stupid Sexy Cal. Whatever Twitch will let me get away with in the title. We're a game lull away from Quack just being a just chatting media hot takes stream. You're not wrong. Season 3, Episode 3. Thank you, Jaybridge. Very excited for midnight. I'm gonna have to go to bed early so that I don't get spoiled by scrolling. Because I do want to play it on stream tomorrow. don't see Cal and Marin kiss, alright. If I don't see Cal and BD1 kiss, I'm gonna riot. Cal and anyone kiss. I just want to see Cal kiss something. Someone. Anything. I just need that. I need that for me. Oh yeah, Dro, forgot about him. Need to watch Clone Wars and Rebels each time I've tried to get hooked on them, I just can't for some reason. Rebels in particular has a lot of slow bits. Like, I'd say Season 1 of Rebels as a whole is just kind of a slog. But then Season 2 is fire. All the way through, Season 2 is just heat. And then Season 3 starts really slow. But then gets good. Clone Wars... Season 1 of Clone Wars is pretty slow. Oh, somewhat the same problem. Middle of Season 4 of Clone Wars is so good. The season kind of gives me a small Andor vibe, dark and exploring serious themes. I think Seasons 2, 3, 6, and 7 are, like, better than the others for Clone Wars. 2, 3, 6, 7. What do you guys think? I want to see Return of the Jedi in theaters Sunday. I'm excited to experience it. Are they doing showings of it? That's cool. I would like to do that at some point. Never watched Clone Wars, unfortunately. It's quite good. An interesting clip was in my feed the other day. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, actually. It was George Lucas talking about Clone Wars when it was new. And he was just kind of very upfront about how it doesn't really fit with, like, existing Star Wars content in style or tone or even really makes sense as a evening cartoon on a kid's network. But, like, it's just proof that Clone Wars was ahead of its time. It just did different shit before people knew they wanted different shit out of Star Wars. Like, that was at a time when people really thought they wanted more of the OG stuff. But new things proved to be also desirable. It's cool. They are here for the 40th anniversary. That's cool. Let me put away this this gun and we can try it. I watched Clone Wars, but in binge form, there was no real sense of season changes to me. I guess my perspective on it does come from watching it over a long period of time. Like the real world gap between season 7 and 6. How many years was that? It was a while. So some of the opinions are fresher because of rewatch. Still rewatch that Maul Ahsoka fight semi-regularly. It's some of the best Star Wars content they've ever made. The last, like, 3 episodes of Clone Wars, up there with Andor in quality. In my opinion, anyway. There are episodes out of order. I'm watching it in chronological order. There's episodes from season 3 you need to watch while you're in season 1. They're back when, like, Mando season 2 was airing. There was, like, a chronology guide for all of Star Wars. Has anyone made one updated for, like, post Mando season 3? The whole timeline, everything we need to keep an eye on? Because there's some stuff that's, like, technical inclusions, or at least things to know about. Like, without spoiling, there's a character that was canonized in Mando Season 3 that was a non-canon character that a lot of people didn't know about until then. It's like that sort of thing. I'm trying to be deliberately vague. Also, sorry to anyone who's not a Star Wars fan that streams derailed by space nerds. We talk all sorts of nerdy stuff. Also indifferent about the prequel trilogy. It doesn't really stick with me anyway. I think the prequel trilogy, like, I grew up with those, so I have a lot of forgiveness towards them. And I think a lot of the stuff explored in them, when you have the companion of the Clone Wars series, it feels a lot better. I don't think I can call myself a Star Wars fan anymore, but I definitely don't mind discussing it. That's an interesting take. Yeah, I think I see where you're coming from, Mr. Arson. Like, I have a lot of disgust towards the fan base. Even though there's more recent Star Wars stuff that I haven't liked than recent Star Wars stuff I've liked, it's just my distaste for the fan base has grown. Like, for example, name a prequel actor who has not contemplated unaliving themselves over the hatred they got for simply doing their job in the prequels movies. Name a prequel actor. I'll wait. While you're thinking of one, acknowledge that the sequel actors have it even worse. Like, the Star Wars fandom sucks ass. George Lucas. It's unrealistic to have black characters in my show, they say. Yeah, they do say shit like that. What was the question? Name a prequel actor, a Star Wars prequel actor, who has not contemplated unaliving themselves, or at least received some serious internet hatred for nothing more than being in those movies. This is a multiple choice question, if you want it to be. Like, for example, the guy who played Jar Jar, he's the actor who plays the recently canonized character that I mentioned in Mando, and like, the story is so sad because he's just so happy people don't hate him anymore for playing that character. Hayden Christensen was brought to tears by people loving him playing the character again. Ewan McGregor has had similar things to say. He's like, hey, I'm just happy they like me as the character. Like, there's so many of these people. Truly supportive fandom community? I don't know that I can say that I know of any that don't have that dark side. Now, there's a lot that don't have it to the extent the Star Wars fandom does. But I don't know if I can think of any that are free from that, because ultimately, one of the effects the internet has is people can just share those shitty thoughts a lot more easily. Not that it didn't happen before the internet was the size it is, because obviously the prequels were over 20 years ago. And it still happened back then. Not that the internet wasn't a thing, but people accessed it much differently. We didn't have things like Twitter back then. But it still happened. I think it's the actual nerds being hateful mostly. Star Wars is a massive fan base that doesn't include only our kind. some people who are like self-identified Star Wars super fans who construct their entire internet persona around it. There was one dude who went viral for all the wrong reasons, who just like absolutely shat himself in fury that Lizzo exists in the Star Wars universe. Like it's the nerds too. And I can say, in terms of other nerdy spaces on the internet, being a black nerd is sometimes fucking torturous. I'm sure a lot of you in the chat can attest to similar experiences. There is a pervasive sense of not being welcome in a lot of nerdy spaces. And this is not just limited to being black in these spaces. It's any sort of minority eventually. Okay, so Revenant, I'm told, doesn't do the Pearl effect thing. So that's something to keep in mind. But I don't really need it to. I should have a Deathless. I specifically saved a Deathless for when I got this gun. Being a wrestling fan and other nerd spaces in here, and you know it's fake, right? It's just tiring as hell. The people who try to punch down at wrestling fans like that, it's just a self-report on being fucking stupid, because, like, what, are we not allowed to like scripted stuff now? Like, that means we can't watch movies? We can't watch any sort of TV shows? We can't read books? Like, it's just scripted entertainment. Entertaining is like scripted. Like, I don't understand. Wrestling fans are some of the coolest, most welcoming fans. I've had that experience too. And also the physical prowess you need to like exist in that field is super impressive. Like, you're not just a performer, you're an athlete. It's fucking cool as hell. Liking scripted stuff is cringe, to be honest. I personally watched squirrels fight in the gutter. Peak media right there. Alright, I need to respec here. I kind of want to try this, let's go back to Spore Warden, honestly. Actually, no, I have no reason to go Spore if I'm going. You joke, but I'd totally watch a squirrel fight live stream. I imagine a lot of people would. I almost took Arsenal. I'm not gonna take Arsenal. I should still take out Chemical Agent. Probably already exists, probably. Wrestling is lame. You know it's fake and scripted. So is Game of Thrones, but yeah. Star Wars or most sci-fi in general never really grabbed my attention, but I appreciate its scope and depth. It's something a lot of people appreciate from a distance, yeah. Proof of that is the fact that My Little Pony fandom's a shit show. Really? I didn't know that. 20 years ago, Twist the Knife. Yeah. Sorry. They're awful. Oh no. Moose had the same experience, apparently. Guess I do this. Sure, we'll try this. I should max this. Yeah, disclaimer, let's try to avoid making potentially harmful generalizations about people who maybe just really enjoy an intellectual property and aren't weird. But, you know, every fandom has its weirdos. Feeling very dad jokey today. Every day's a good dad joke day. Do I have a frost sabo one here? For Hourglass? 100 chat boos. Let's go. What do we win? Ooh, nice. Why do Transformers have lips? You know why.
Think you can make it? Come on, have some fun.
Have I never had a chat boo? Because we like your jokes, Ken. It's that simple. Well, Revenant seems good thus far. Seems to just be a gun. This is certainly a gun that guns, you know? Although, Deathless might not actually work the way I'm hoping here. I need to see if I have a Dark Magic bonus element. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. It do be working.
How's that for active reload?
What a poet. How tall is Ganon? Are you also thirsting for the new Ganon model? I saw that on my timeline. No, this is just a gun. It simply guns well. Not much to report. It certainly seems to shoot bullets quickly. Gun is gun. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, it works. ×8 is pretty good. Only 2 ammo per shot. Good crit mult. It apparently doesn't do the accuracy thing. Something I was told. Gets 100% dark magic bonus element while you're below 75% health, which maybe optimal use of this gun is to occasionally throw a gluttony to keep yourself low enough to get the bonus, but then the dark magic bonus element's gonna heal you up. But ooh, idea. Yeah, we need to be here. Next pattern. Is that a dick? Is that a sword? I'm gonna say that that's a dick. Wiener according to Moxie? Oh yeah, okay. Up to interpretation. How's the grind going? We got the last pearl, Ravix, from a random world drop while doing totally unrelated things, and it makes penises, so now it's the best gun in the game. How are you?
Bringing Dashin back.
Speedrunning a very spicy TikTok scroll. Oh no. All I'm saying is green himbo goblin man go crazy. Noted. I knew it. You guessed this one. What is Critical Ascension? You gotta elaborate. Critical Ascension is the From the Shadows augment, and it is frighteningly overpowered. We are actually stepping away from it for a moment, I think, because I want to try Restore the Veil here, because this will make it so dark magic won't heal us. It's all a DM for earlier slightly related. Let me check. That's a dick. Yep, that is what that is. Let's go Hex Machina here. For an offering sounds good. I mean, 9% gun damage per point. It's not a low value in Redux terms. But I want that more. Chat not even asking whose it was, so discreet. Hey, Mr. Adblock. Don't tell chat. Oh, sorry. I'll keep it private next time. Good job, Ken. Proud of you. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way we can get some good value out of the Revenant's effect. Losing Critical Ascension is going to be a pretty big blow to our damage, but I think it could still be fine. Do we even go farther in Stabo? I'd like to get to 1,000 cuts, but realistically, do I need it? Oh, Plague Storm Augment has a debuff. That's cool. Oh, Plague Storm has a debuff. Hang on. I didn't register that properly. That's terrifying. Also makes it bigger. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. We'll just go with this. Yeah, see how this works out. Twitter quote from me, I'm scared. Do I have a gluttony? I need a gluttony. Of course I don't have a gluttony. Let me put some stuff away then. Started playing Warframe.
Enter if you dare.
Did you enjoy having free time, Mr. Oddblock? Was it nice while it lasted?
Seriously, you should dare. Are you prepared? We'll see.
Megan Trainor causes chatter online after discussing her painful... Well, I'm glad I didn't read that. Hey TSG, how you doing? Movement's weird as hell. Movement is a big thing to me when it comes to trying new games. Hog Totem should get a Barrage Charge enchant. Base. I like it. Holy visual pollution. Yo, I heard you like Geists. So I got you some Geists. Good, how about you? Having a good one. Enjoying testing stuff out. Since I have bogged down and it's triggering that consistently, maybe I could go with something else here. I could go with Corrupted Plate Mail and then run an Amp Shield. Oh. Okay, yeah, I don't have any healing. So this dark magic's just gonna restore my wards. What? I would need some lightning to get amped up to make this really stick. Maybe not plate mill then. Maybe not plate mill. Thinking on my feet. Does this have an alt fire? I should check that. Can justify fusion. Yeah, fusion I feel like is really too powerful for me to want to use it when testing new stuff. Like, it's really, really strong. I'll try Gunslinger. 100 backpack slots in this mod. In this one? Yeah, it's part of the mod. I'm gonna get lunch. Okay, new. I don't know if I love having to deal with Geist this much. It's not my favorite. Also, I need him to hit me. Turn my gun on. Oh, there we go. I'll do it. Nah. Shelve that for now. The idea is I do want a gluttony, so I can force myself to be at low HP and then benefit that way. But, let's go back to Critical Ascension. We'll do just Stabomancer, and it'll be funny. Ready? Stabo tree only. Capetides. Capetides. Got Dahlia. Oh, we can help this out over here too. Dahlia. Fortifying Sigil. And do I do Agony? I do Old God. Old God could be fun here. No, I'll just go Body Rune. Maybe not Capetites. I'll run it anyway. Giga Chad Stabo.
Choose, Fate Maker. Go on, Fate Maker. I'm going.
Yeah, it's stronger. Critical Ascension be kinda silly.
No magic left. Maybe since you turned away.
Look at all the blades stuck in poor Gargle Snot. It just didn't seem polite. Nullify probably fucks this build up hard, huh? Searing Tether it is.
Go for it. Classic hero bait.
I guess I can run the Deathless here. Actually. Where is it? Where is it? There's the bonus element. Yeah, like I said, this is certainly a gun. I don't think it's particularly awe-inspiring like the Midnight Wisdom is, but I don't think this gun is like in trouble the way the Dragon Lord Pearl is. I do believe they buffed this one at some point. That's probably why it feels a bit better. But keep in mind, this is with Critical Ascension on. It's crazy for our damage, and it still looks reasonable. Whereas if we shot this gun under the same conditions, it looks a lot less reasonable. Let's wait for Critical Ascension to come back. Oh yeah, I'm wearing Deathless, I don't have Health Gate. Waiting for cooldown. That's generally not what people mean when they say modded gear TSG. When people say modded gear, they usually mean things that can't legitimately happen in the game. In terms of gear that you save edit in with legitimate rolls, it's just gear. Yeah, Midnight was comfortably stronger despite a worse elemental matchup. So that's kind of to be expected. Like 78 times 8 and then 220 times 12. Yeah, that's a pretty big gap. And Midnight Wisdom has the sniper crit mult as well. Although it doesn't have the card crit, for being fair. Yeah, I don't think this is a bad gun. It's not super remarkable. But I gotta try it out on a wider variety of setups. How's the dot? Oh, terrible. Never mind. If you're doing like a deathless build, I guess this has a spot. If you run out of gluttony ammo, you can use this. Maybe this is good on a Reaper of Bones build.
You wanted my attention, but they weren't it.
Cartoon Network so real, the Gumball series. Gumball series is a banger. One of the GOATs. Amazing World of Gumball, unironically, one of the best animated shows ever made. I will die on this hill. Like, that's absolutely not bad. Nightmare, stop spinning. You hit me 4 times. What are you doing? Cheater.
Wait to throw some spells.
Oh, not enough damage.
No one gets rid of me that easy.
Interesting RNG. Being on Light Collar for a little bit did make me want to try Plague Storm Augment just to see what it looks like. I've heard a lot of things about Plague Storm Fusion being busted, but that doesn't surprise me because Fusion on its own is busted, and you know, Plague Storm is Plague Storm. Yeah, good for them, Moo. Good for them. S's on Electric Slam flak build. If you mean no you can just do exclamation point builds and look at the build stock. The one where I use Spark Plug and Racks and throw a bunch of Hunter Seekers. It's in the build stock. Builds with an S on the end. Yeah, so Revenant's okay. It is simply okay. I would not say this is a bad gun, I would not say this is a good gun. Like, it's definitely worse than Midnight Wisdom. It is definitely better than Archaic Host. It is probably better than Surtur's Wrath. Probably worse than Mulligan. I've not tested Winter's Edge enough to have an educated take there, but I have high hopes for Winter's Edge. I mean, 1,000 times 3 with a good dot and splash, that's promising. Should probably try that one next. I guess I should remember to spec my spell shot tree before I stop using the Revenant. That would be more fair. Yeah, I'd already forgotten. Lower back pain? Oh, that's rough. I'm sorry, man. Keep in mind, we are using Shaped Hourglass here, and Shaped Hourglass is a huge overall increase to gun builds. Any gun build you're running that doesn't have a Shaped Hourglass should correct that. Unless you absolutely need a Barbalode or a Theurge. Wonder if area radius further increases Plague Storm? That's a good question. I'm doing one more run with the Revenant and then can hop on Plague Storm for a little bit. Do that. About 12 hours today. I don't know if I have that much energy in me. I did not sleep very well. So we'll see. I'm not cooking today, so I don't know that, but the not sleeping thing's getting me already, for being honest.
At least you're some use.
Escape Prod the goat. Did I save quit, or did I just use the door?
You're looking for trouble, we found it.
Is this health bug? Can't tell. I don't think so. I feel like enemies would be dying faster.
Untouchable. Now that's more like it.
And all the good launchers roll with 125 splash, there are restrictions. I can't think of any launchers that don't roll that annoyant, but I also can't think of many builds where I would run that annoyant. Some, sure, but... definitely lots where I wouldn't. Yeah, as far as I know, it's on all launchers. That's a little better. Okay, let him cook. Let him cook. Let the Revenant cook. Also, need to test this. Okay, I wanted to make sure that the Revenant's bonus element didn't apply to everything else. That'd have been crazy.
Can't wait to throw some spells. You haven't seen true power yet.
Did your stuff in a weird order there, Dragon Lord? Oh, well, it eats Bernadette. Makes sense. Okay. With support, gun's pretty good. Maybe enough to hold the slot, but this is using Deathless to keep its gimmick always on. And perfectly timed. Downside of Deathless, you know, stuff like that purple water absolutely murders you. And you're losing your armor slot. That's a lot to give up. I could run Revenant and Gluttony on a gun build. Fealty Oath would no longer be the play. But I could do that. Hey Hawken, how are you? I don't think the redemption's gonna work. Oh yeah, Sag. I'll do it myself. Quack, 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 Chad, quack. Alright, glad to hear. Less than awe-inspiring against flesh targets. Less than awe-inspiring. Ooh, Wastard. Like, I know for a fact Midnight Wisdom is gonna melt him faster. But Revenant could maybe be okay. Yeah, you know, it's Wastard. It's my favorite game. The answer to that changes pretty frequently.
Reload, idiot. No, that's the good stuff.
I'm bad at picking favorites in general. I never know how to respond. I can pick like a few, but I can never pick like just one of anything. Maybe a top 5? Yeah, what's the command for that? Isn't it just exclamation point top 5? Something like that? There we go. Yeah, it's a couple years old. Almost 2-year-old command. Still pretty true, though. Still pretty true. I think Hades maybe jumped up to, like, slot 2, but it's still those 5. Hades has just kind of climbed the list over the years. But it's probably still those 5. You don't know lands game in your top 5, that's mad. Just because I play something a lot doesn't mean I think it's like that high up on my personal list.
Police
Like, I have 7,000 hours in Borderlands 3. That's, like, my third most played game ever. None of my top 3 most played games are in that list. None of them. Play the remaster? Yeah. I did a playthrough of the trilogy on stream when Legendary Edition first came out a couple years ago, and then I did another one much more recently. The VODs of that one are actually available on my VODs channel on YouTube, where we went for the worst possible outcome from as many situations as we could across the trilogy. We ended up having to redo the ending of 3 a few times because we got too bad of an outcome that we didn't get to see the casualties. But it was fun. Replayability is only one factor that goes into a favorite game. Well said, Jester. That's how I view Fast and Furious. I can watch them a lot, actively and passively. They aren't great movies. Yeah. Like, you can get a lot of enjoyment out of something that you might not think artistically is as solid as something else. KOTOR and KOTOR 2, super dated gameplay, they're great Star Wars experiences still. Yeah, and KOTOR 2, like, I do have some bias towards, because, for example, it's not a complete game. Literally about a third of that game was just cut to get it out in a holiday season crunch, and the publisher did not allow the developer to restore it, so modders restored that over the course of a few years. KOTOR 2, without the restored content, misses in a lot of areas, but with the restored content, it is like my favorite Star Wars story ever told. Gameplay is super dated, janky mess of a game, but like, and the graphics do not hold up well at all. But the storytelling is so fucking good. That's why it's up there. I should hit melee. Still need more Fate Breakers. KOTOR Remastered. They were gonna do a remake of KOTOR 1, and then news for that just kind of stopped. I think they put it on hold indefinitely. I don't know if it was officially canceled, but like, it's... What's the latest news on that? That was a thing they were gonna do. And news on it stopped like 2 years ago. I forgot about Goblin's Bane. Goblin's Bane could be really good on an STJ build, like a non-alchemical agent one. What do we do for the second class for a non-alchemical SDJ? Surely it ends up being Burr again, right? Some posts say 2025, if not later. I really... So I want them to do the first one just so that they can do the second one. Is that bad? I just want the second one, man. SDJ, Storm Dragon's Judgment, Hammer Throw. Fear got indefinitely delayed, then heard a rumor and picked up with somebody else. I don't know. Yeah. Some posts say 2025. Hopefully it still happens. You know, sometimes stuff ends up in development hell for a while and can still come out good. Like, we have the bad side with Duke Nukem Forever. We have the ugly side with Cyberpunk. They promised too much. It still came out a good game, but like they promised too much. But then you have stuff like Doom 2016, which was in the oven for a long time and ended up fantastic. Like, it's not impossible for it to still be something worth consuming. And there's No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky has had some of the best late post-launch support in the industry. They really have been doing a protracted glow up. Good side with Final Fantasy VII Remake. I have no personal experience, so I will take your word for it. It's good to hear that that one's good. Only reason I know about the main trilogy is because of the Lego game. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, the OG Star Wars films are... What year is it? $45 old? So, yeah. That's a weird number to say. I wasn't prepared to say that. And now I feel weird. Oh, this is the Selective Amnesia one. Where's my other? You're that old? Yeah, I look great for a 28-year-old man in his 70s. Where is my Plague Storm save? I don't think it's this one. Like, we'll see, I guess. Oh, don't crack. Oh, was this Feral Surge? No, this was Ghostblade. I don't know what the save was. Oh, this was the Universal Soldier meme. Okay. Yeah, launchers. Okay. Having to figure out what my own saves were doing a year ago. Certainly a process. I think Star Fox 64 is my all-time favorite till I played BL1 for the first time. Nice. Come on. We need to find which of my saves. See, this is what you get for not naming your shit reasonably. I don't know what anything is. Somewhere in here I have a Plague Storm save. But I don't know which one it is. I don't think it's purple spells read only. I'm pretty sure. But knowing me, it could be. Plague a Burr. Let's see if it's the Virgil meme one. This is another launcher build. The cursed ones are usually launcher builds, huh? This is nothing compared to my Borderlands 3 saves list. Yeah, that one is just unsortable. Pogto Tim. Not Quaglykins. Player name was my launch playthrough character. Chat made that name. That's a TDR build. Barrier, whatever. This is Dreadwind. Hey, Mr. Torg, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Added for viewing all the good stuff. Try that one. If not, then I'll just go on the Amnesia one and convert it. You ever plan out your yearly replays of specific games? I did that for a long time. I've gotten bad about that since starting streaming. I used to have like certain games I'd play through every year, but now it's like I get to them every 2 to 3 years, maybe. Okay, what is going on here? Wait, this is another launcher save. How come I have so many of these? I feel like you need to take half an hour and make an Excel with the names and builds. What I should do is just delete any that I haven't used in Redux because I don't actually need them. But because like I have a backup folder made from before I installed Redux, so anything from then I can get back. But hoarding is my entire personality. Real question, why don't you have more? Let me actually see how many I have in here compared to my BL3 save folder. This Wonderlands one. Okay, so BL3, 1,790 files in my saves folder. Wonderlands, only 186 files. Area effect damage have to be in the third for it to give additional radius to BL3. Second or third? Yeah. Just not ravaging. Ravaging is the one you don't want for radius. No. No. Grogu? Dark Magic Thunder Fury. That's not supposed to be a thing. What did that overwrite? What was the Thunder Fury in vanilla? Another one there. Okay, we just need to change this around to be Plague Stormy. I don't have a miasmic here. That's unfortunate. Go more amped up. Imagine a Grogu bongo tap emote. Probably SMG Ripley used to drop. Boreas Breath, that's still in the game. Boreas Breath is still in. I was surprised. I would have thought that one got overwritten, but no. What do I do for my second class here? I want to take Plague Storm. Virulence. I guess I go Flawless Edge. up. Worst curse makes sense, I guess. But I'm gonna take Geist in the Shell because I'm a rebel. Restore the Veil for the ward, sure. Expecting Heavy Rain on tomorrow using the Plague Bearer. Usually, yes. It's just something you need to be aware of how it affects the trajectory of the weapon. It's not Heavy Rain, it's Jason! Jason? Jason! Blazing Volley? Then why would it change to Dark Magic? Weird. So it could do Burr. Yeah, we'll just do Stabo. We'll do cookie cutter dot stuff, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I want nimble fingers. No. Gotta get rid of good guns. Gotta get rid of some. Okay. No. The the Blazing Volley became the Prism. Because this was definitely a Blazing Volley. So what the fuck was the Thunder Fury?
Bringing Dashin back.
Huh. Now I'm even more confused. Anyway. Wizard's Pipe still in. Warrior's Breath still in. Isn't there a new .AR? Yeah. I don't know if that replaced anything or if that's completely new. There's a couple items that are completely new, but note that the armors that are completely new are currently unable to roll for Blight Caller as a result of the way they had to implement. We try Winter's Edge on here. It's a better White Rider, we'll grab that. Big ounce. We'll take that. No fusion for Plague Storm yet. You can still do it. You just won't have blight power on it. Shadowfire still in the game? Yes, Shadowfire is still in the game. I don't know if Dark Magic Shadowfire is though. Because I only remember seeing fire ones so far. So maybe it's that. Although I don't know how that would begin to work. It's just like a part on it. But I have seen fire Shadowfires. I have one on the gun safe that I got from a vendor. Stanley Parable is 50% off. Cool game. Cool game. Pretty sure I had a Dark Magic one? Okay. That ability crit chance on the Plague Storm will go hard. Seen it in Dark Magic 3 Redux? Cool. I have Dark Magic Shadowfire? Cool. Thank you for confirming, chat. I'm not a Spore Warden game, nor would I use that enchant even if I was. Barrage is an L. Please. Running out of ideas. Yeah, I can't think of... what it could have replaced. No ideas. Livewire still in? Yep. Livewire is most definitely still in. Yeah, there's a radius. Blizzard's the chat now, Barrage. Big Plague Storm. Holy. What is this?
Now that's the good stuff.
That's huge. I love it. That might be big enough to mob effectively with. Make it big enough so you never need to move it. Plague Storm issue solved. Yeah. Did that not shave a chunk? Fast spell and Theor's trick, yeah. Where farm the mulligan from? The skeleton guy in Weep Wild Dankness. His respawnable thing is like in some water. Ishin is the name, I think. This has got to be a health bug, right? No, no. Over here, Nightmare. Over here. Can you drop a fusion for me to use? Because we could get all sorts of goofy. No, you didn't? Okay. Let me save quit. So I did change areas without save quitting now that I think about it. You want Cthulhu? Because that's how you get Cthulhu. He's opted out of being in the storm. But I am the storm that is approaching.
Go on, Big Maker.
Never send a corpse as it was foretold. Spellboards are ready. Put out the oven.
So what I did just there was applied a bunch of dots, which applied a bunch of contagion, which made a spirit swarm. So that's a triple dip. And then that damage went to Plague Storm, so that's quad dip. And then I echoed, quintuple dip, and if that echo had placed if that echo had then gone into Plague Storm again, it would dip again. And then if that Plague Storm bolt applies a dot, it goes again. So it just looping things like that on Blight Caller is how you get some of the crazy boss melts that you might have seen on the character. It's very simple to just loop things back and forth like that. Said that right after there was thunder. I apologize.
Defense up! Can't wait to throw some spells!
You're still in Plague Storm, Celissa. I just need more action skill duration. Thunder is Craig's stomach. Sorry. It's rumbly. I feel like Threads of Fate Plague Storm could be fun. You got the turret, and then you got the sky, and visually satisfying.
And death is your reward!
A lot of echo going there. There are dupe save files on PC with Redux active. You just copy them the same as normal. It's just Wonderlands itself has this thing where you need to give your save file a new save ID for it to show as a different save in the list. There is a web-based save editor that I use for that.
You really think
Big echo. Big Plague Storm bolt. Yeah. That's the stuff. Maybe duration isn't the answer, because I can reposition faster if I don't have duration. Do I have inflammation anywhere? I have a lot of weird spells in this save, huh?
forgotten before they hit the ground? Ready to bring the
Yeah,
arcade
dot builds
pain?
do be pretty crazy. Spirits Worm best pet. Oh, amnesia. Why? I know the answer is because I have status effect damage, but let me blame something. You know, Spirit Swarm, I thought you would phase Dragon Lord, but it's okay. You are still a pet at the end of the day. What is the White Rider locked onto? Ah, now Spirit Swarm is parked on Dragon Lord. There we go. Shields are refilling so fast. How much amped up do we have right now? Only 3. Drop us anywhere for Redux? Yeah, the command is in the title of the stream. Should be. Let me double check that. Yeah. Yeah. Exclamation point Redux drops. Not bad. No, you're good. You're good. Titles are long. You're welcome. So if there's a fusion in this pile, we'll use it. But if not, we won't. Isn't that fun? It's an amnesia with 2 contagion and area damage. It's pretty good. Brutal Stampede. I forgot that can roll in Blight flavor, to be honest. It has ability damage. Makes me want to do Pog Totem stuff with it. Like, Brutal Stampede has to still be the play for Pog Totems, right? Fair Share doesn't seem to have a point when you can already decide Totem's element. Yeah, no shot it's anything else. I want to try Winter's Edge. Because that's a decent base dot to work off of. I should have saved quit. Gonna have to do it anyway. I'll do one more run. One more. Just one more copium. One more. Not as much upfront dot as I'd been hoping for, but like running an ant hilts with this thing's probably the play, because you just melee once after every shot. Because it shoots in a burst of 3. And just boop, boop. That kind of deal. Critical Ascension, yeah, it's definitely, it's nuts with Gunslinger. Imagine Gunslinger makes it, feel a lot better, yeah. Gog, how you? I'm okay, how you, son? Big Plague Storm. Annoyed? Isn't that like your default move? Glasses broke. That's a rough one. Frames or lenses? Or frame or lenses, rather. Brain the worky. It's a very awkward gun to aim. It has a lot of kick. It's hard to tell exactly the effective range. Frame bent and the lens popped out. Ah, my lenses pop out all the time. You can fix that. and I accidentally sit on the frames all the time, and I just bend them back into shape. It's fine. Never pick out nails for me? You know that's not true. You're just trying to gaslight me into doing it. Holy shit. Oh hey, I actually dodged that. Gaming.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Oh, there's a fusion. I guess I could try it. Fire Fatebreaker with Echo? Could be fun. I have the body rune? Sure. I imagine this is just... Oh, that's painful to look at. That's a lot of flashing lights. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Ooh, Plaguestorm Redmorn's gonna be so satisfying. And Plaguestorm Redmorn sounds like a very interesting metal band.
Ready to bring
Dual
the
Beam also
arcade
goes hard on
pain.
Redmorn. This is gonna be interesting.
Light. Got no juice.
Redmorn, stop flying above the storm. It's rude.
Fortify.
See a bunch of fusion happening. Oh, there's the dot spiraling. Just boom, 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 boom. AoE tallness passive. I support this. Feature request for Redux to reposition Plaguestorm. I don't even know if that'd be possible. Like, you can reposition Ghostblade. If they could somehow do that, that'd be insane. Like, just use the Ghostblade reposition thing on Plaguestorm. Ugh. That'd be so broken.
Blasting and blasting.
Would not be okay balance-wise. Yeah, that'd be certainly a thing. Apply a dot. Oh, really? The fire dot from my big ounce is still bigger than this? there we go. Okay. Huh. Again, I don't have amp help in this, but unimpressed. Because, like, shooting a sword explosion 3 times would be stronger than that. Yeah. I don't know. Balance, who cares about balance? Unfortunately me. Puts me in a bit of a bind. I still want to do Universal Soldier Stab-O-Matic when they hopefully figure out what's going on with it. Because now that it's gun damage, you can Exi Blade off of Stab-O-Matic, which is funny. Prove you care. Stand on 1 foot. You got me. What's this about Critical Ascension? It's pretty crazy, Mr. Steel. We'll hop over and do the thing with the thing. You know, Critical Ascension Petty Tantrum probably goes pretty hard. Because one of the reasons you wouldn't really use Petty Tantrum as much as some others, like, it's got low crit damage, but if you just get that global damage mult and you're getting the base, I don't know, maybe that's good. Maybe that's good. Maybe it's hopium. Let me move this whole ass acid hurricane. Oh no, you just said the whole ass hurricane. You know, ass hurricane was my nickname in high school. Make Plague Storm repositionable and also make the bolts melee damage. Bob. Why are you this way? So we'll just go over to Comfy Midnight Wisdom. Nice, beautiful, comfy Midnight Wisdom. Where's my gunslinger? May as well get silly with it. Make it trigger Barbalodes and Mosquito. Already does. Both of those things. It's silly. Stop it, Tooth Fairy. Leave me alone. I don't know, compared to Critical Ascension. Critical Ascension is just nightmarishly strong. The thing that's keeping it, I don't want to say it's reasonable, but the one mitigating circumstance is that it does require full tree investment. But like, when you can just take half a spell shot tree and get everything that's relevant to guns anyway, you're not losing anything. You could take a spell shot tree, lose nothing of value, take a berserker tree, lose nothing of value. It's... yeah. Couldn't conceptualize how that'd perform. So the way to look at it is normal from the shadows is 100% crit chance for everything, but a 25% damage penalty. This, instead, it either sets your base to 25 or adds 25 to your base. One of those, for your crit chance. So you're still getting massively increased crit chance, and with supported gear, that's still guaranteed. like, remember, you have the Stabo class feat as well. So if your base is 25 and you have the class feat with no class power, you know, that's already 37.5% crit chance for everything. And if you have Stabo class power, that goes higher. But then you have plus 50%. So, like, instead of minus 25, you have plus 50 on all of your damage. With no other things really worth mentioning.
Ready to come.
It's crazy. There's soon 25% penalty and 50% buff is 2 times damage anytime you crit. There you go. Done an FTS build like once, hadn't tried it yet. Yeah, the thing with FTS is it's not a damage increase. Vanilla FTS, FTS without the augment, is not a damage increase. It is consistency at the cost of a damage penalty. So, like, theoretically, if you crit with every bit of your damage in that 8 seconds anyway outside of FTS, and you didn't have any action skill active effects increasing your damage, you would be doing 25% more damage without using From the Shadows. So that does lead to situations like if you're, say, shooting raid boss weak points, turning From the Shadows on can lower your damage. But with Critical Ascension, that's no longer a thing. You just have a damage bonus, and it's crazy. 2 skill points, you can get Executioner's Blade and Critical Ascension. Those 2 things are enough to make anything disappear. Yeah, just in this section of the tree, you can take Stalker, Alchemical Agent, Executioner's Blade, Critical Ascension, Contagion. You just take these, and that's not saying that the other skills around it aren't good. But, like, this block of 9 right here is crazy. Sneak Attack is the weakest in this block, but in Vanilla, it's like a worthless skill. In Redux, it having movement speed makes it very good. Like, this block of 9 skills is really just nuts. And you still have this over here. Stavo is fine. Go for him. I think both of Stavo's augments are extremely overpowered right now. I think Executioner's Blade being made instant might have caused some problems. I can't tell if the internal cooldown is even still present at all. I feel like it might not be. And Alchemical Agent was already overpowered. Contagion is fine, genuinely. Thousand Cut's got a massive buff and is now a good skill instead of a mediocre skill. And as I mentioned, Stalker's sick. It's just this chunk of Stabo tree is crazy. % more crit for Exeblades. Yeah, you'd get that Critical Ascension bonus on the Exeblade itself, right? And then the Alchemical Agent from that dot is also able to crit and then get the Critical Ascension bonus. And the Contagion dot that applies from that Alchemical Agent is also able to crit and get that Critical Ascension bonus. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, I'm honestly okay with it. I'll just be capping Stabo less often. Yeah. After today, I will probably stop taking Critical Ascension on gun builds, because I prefer the fact that I had to kind of think about bossing a little more on the Spore variant, the one to play the angles. So I'll just be more motivated to take the other capstone on my gun builds that run Stabo. just felt like disrespecting him. Can I get back up there? No, we'll just die. I want ammo. Say I've tried using Executioner's Blade without AC. CA, yeah, Critical Ascension. And other way around, Executioner's Blade carries the damage for sure, at least with the build I had. Critical Ascension is just a big bonus. You still need something good for Critical Ascension to be good, but it magnifies to an absurd degree. Headcanon with it for like less Exi Blade procs and still pretend I'm a gun person. Yo, Headcanon's sick though. Headcanon is goated. Headcanon Corrupted Plate Mail? Cultured. That is a combination of pure, unadulterated culture. Meanwhile, I'm an uncultured swine right now, using this. Pretending for a second you're a complete degenerate like me, what is the strongest gun class combo in Redux? Stabbo Blight or Stabbo Spellshot. One of those, probably. Maybe Stabbo Claw. It's Stabbo something, just because Critical Ascension. And Stalker. Plus another half skill tree worth of support is strong. It's really a case for Stabbo plus anything that isn't Graveborn. Unfortunately, Graveborn still do be the doo-doo with guns, comparatively. ASMR pasta for Masher, man. Alright, give me a minute. Or a few seconds, as it were. I've tried them all. What is the favorite pearl? This one. Midnight Wisdom, by far. It's absolutely sick. It's a gun that stands up well on its own, has use cases, has pros and cons. Like, 1 ammo per shot for 12 projectiles is crazy, but it still does chug ammo. And it's a horizontal spread with slow projectiles that do have a limited range. You still have to kind of thoughtfully use this gun. But it's really good. Try Mulligan before the fix? Yes. Mulligan before the fix was pretty crazy. I don't necessarily think it needed to be restricted to pistol only, but it's fine. It's still really good. Like, I'd say in terms of the gun pearls, none of the others are on the level of Midnight Wisdom and Mulligan. And then in terms of, like, the top 3 pearls, it's these 2 and Agony. I think everything else, there's, like, a gap between them and those 3. Was Epic's favorite pearl he made in BL3 Redux, so not surprised he threw it in here as well. Ah, nice. I didn't know it was in BL3 Redux. It just feels like a Sandhawk. Like a BL3 Sandhawk. Which is probably why I enjoy it so much. I don't think, I don't either. I think it's just a reduced debuff. I think maybe the idea there was gun builds already lag behind non-gun. So taking something that's supposed to be a really cool tool for gun builds and it's still being better on non-gun builds, maybe that clashed with the creative vision of the item. Because as cool as this Critical Ascension gun stuff is, this still absolutely gets slapped by Critical Ascension melee stuff, you know? It's one of those situations. Cryo Assault and Battery. Archmage, though. I'll pick it up anyway. Alright, I want to do Critical Ascension melee stuff. Oh yeah, gotta serve up a meal for Masher Man. Give me a second. I haven't done this in a while. Where's the save? There it is. I suggested they try to make an ability debuff item so Barrage and Dire Sack can boss, among other things. Yeah, the problem with that is it would still go to, like, places that don't need it. Like, that would be helping Geist in the Shell, which you could argue that helps gun builds. Sure, that's cool. But it would help Plague Storm, which absolutely doesn't need it. It would help Blizzard, which I think if you have the Augment, Blizzard doesn't need anything else. Blizzard plus Augment is really strong. I think there's fewer things of the ability sphere that are overperforming. Like, all of those are just double dips off of other things, so there's still more in the other camps. Like, Blast Gasp is good because spells are good. So, I don't think the debuff benefiting Blast Gasp is such a huge deal. But that still means that Spell Archetype is benefiting from it more than Barrage. Like, it's a tough thing to do. It's a tough thing to do. Balancing is not easy. Okay, let's see if I can find a good pasta. Okay, here we go. This is something someone put at some point. This community's gotten good enough at making shitposts that, like, I can't tell if this is an actual comment someone had or if they were making fun of people who say stuff like this, but here we go. Boggles my mind people like you actually sink thousands of hours into this brain-dead chaos chamber. Content. All these clowns had to do was make a new game plus mode. Back to the drawing, hombre. My throat's fucked, so whispering hurts, but that's what you get. Anyone know any flak build around the Faulty Star? A lot of people like to throw it on the companion with the purple tree. Throw it on the pet, and pet take damage, it'll do the thing. I had this comment 2 or 3 weeks ago. Hello, call me, I'm playing Borderlands right now, trying out one capital. You can kill bosses without even touching them. Just throw it down to your toilet, talk, and he was just killing. Interesting.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Like, disclaimer, it's possible that was just something someone made up and is so believable that it's still annoying. Like, I don't remember if that was a real one or not. But there's a bunch of pastas we've heard over the years that are just real bad takes. Just real things people have said. It's tough out there. Oh, by the way, Sen, if you're still here, this is Barbara and Clawstalker Redux flavor. With degenerate melee weapon. At least now folks can save quit farm pearls all day. It's an option. Some people love it. I've gotten each of the pearls at least once, and that's about it. I don't need to do that more. Someone tried to tell me this game is just a shittier BL3. See, people will just make up fucking anything to shit on stuff, even when it doesn't make sense. It's genuinely just not worth engaging with. He's been getting confused in his animations here today. He's not supposed to do those in that order. How dare you play a game you find fun? I mean, we all know the people with that take have not played this game. So, like, it's not even about that. The quit having fun meme. There were so many of those people around in, like, the first 6 months of this game's life. There's so many people who fucking hate my guts now for calling those people out, and honestly, I love it. Easiest community filtration ever. Never have to worry about those kind of people again. Ugh. Every once in a while I get updates. Some people like to show me that I'm still living rent-free. It is truly amusing the lengths people will go to just try to make sure other people aren't having fun just because they feel small. That's all it ever is. Like, my advice to dealing with that kind of person is just like, just don't engage, because they only do it because they feel pathetic, and it looks pathetic. So they'll just do it more if you make them look more pathetic. Now, it'll keep happening because they're good at making themselves look terrible, but at least you won't be connected to it. Full disclosure, I love a lot about Redux. I don't actually love the reduction of bunny value. I don't know what that says about me. Maybe I just got used to them. Redux is gonna be tuned over time, and like, we had Epic in here yesterday who was noting down some feedback. And the team's gonna continue to work on this. You know, nothing's perfect. Redux does a couple things that I'm like, but overall the experience is a positive one, and I think it's just kind of a win for people who enjoy the game. Like, there's a lot of people who enjoy the game who had some specific problems with it that Redux tackles. I think the key thing to remember is that, I know you're not criticizing, the strength balance is hard, absolutely. I think the key thing to remember is that this is still Wonderlands. So, people who are able to enjoy Redux likely, you know, 99% degree of certainty enjoyed something about Wonderlands, but there was some sort of deal breaker for them, or they just got burnt out. I think part of why this mod is so successful is it is very much in the spirit of the original. Just feels like the same game with a new coat of paint, and with some of the things that didn't work smoothed out. Feel seen again. Do my best. What do y'all think of the new enemy density in chambers, boss rooms, and obelisk rooms aside? I really like it. In some rooms with some enemy configurations, it equates to like a real difficulty spike, but it also makes you think about a lot of skills and effects differently. Like, I'm using Inflammation right now, right? And Inflammation is real good in hugely dense crowds. More density means this spell gets even stronger without having to touch the damage value. More enemies means Berserker Capstone has more value, as another example. Yeah, it really does change how certain things are placed in the overall power structure of the game. Alright, stop playing Wonderlands, and Redux has me playing it more than ever before. What are some of your favorite things that it's done, Cranberry, if you don't mind me asking? All Lands games end up in a similar spot. The reward for doing the last of the content is more of the same you already have. That's when it's time for a new run. Depends on what you play the games for, Raid. Like, for me, my primary thing is build crafting. I've just been rotating between different builds, doing random chamber stuff today. And just chatting. Like, this is what I enjoy. For some other people, they would be ripping their fucking fingernails out if they had to do what I'm doing right now, because they enjoy loot hunting, and I'm not really doing this for loot right now. I'm not paying attention to loot. Different people get different things out of the game. Favorite thing was getting rid of Chaos 100, only made it to about Chaos 77 before getting burnt out. Here's the thing with that, Son of Gondor. You never had to do it. One of my few concerns, I guess would be the best way of phrasing it, is that the difficulty ceiling in Redux is a lot lower than the difficulty ceiling in vanilla. Player power is higher, enemy difficulty is lower. So for people who really want DPS checks, once they've filled out a build, there's less to do in that department. So that's not creation of more opportunities for any player, that's removal of stuff. At Chaos 77, you already had the best split of loot drops. All content in the game was available. There was nothing forcing you to do that grind except for you. You didn't get anything. It's just there for people who want to do it. So removal of options didn't give you anything. That's the thing. Much like, and Redux actually follows this design philosophy with where pearls drop. Pearls start at Chaos 8. You don't have to go past Chaos 8. You can get every bit of gear in the game with maximum stats, everything, maximum drop rates, all of it at Chaos 8. 9 and 10 are 100% optional. You get absolutely fucking nothing for doing it. And that's exactly the same as Chaos levels above 50 in vanilla. It's just a smaller number, so you're viewing it differently, but it's the same thing. So, me as a player who I don't exclusively play Chaos 100 in vanilla Wonderlands. There's a few builds where I stop myself at 75 or 50 or 60, just so the build can function better. But on the stronger builds, I like being on Chaos 100 and seeing how hard I can make the game, and how I can optimize to meet that challenge. That is something I have less ability to do with those builds, at least with those particular builds in Redux, because the game is easier. I don't know if you tried it yet, but multiple raid boss rushes in a row because the start encounters longer and longer, just kept out to around 25 minutes per encounter. At some point, the mobs stop spawning. Unstom's kind of entertaining. I'm not quite sure. Multiple raid boss rushes in a row. So they stack up if you keep doing them? Interesting. Let's go into 10 and increase the number of souls? I have no idea. As Nightbot said, thank you for testing. But I don't want anyone to feel attacked by my line of reasoning with the difficulty level thing. I just really want to hammer in this point that additional elective difficulty levels are not a harmful thing, as long as they are elective. Give another Lands game example. True Takedown mode in in Borderlands 3 for the Maliwan and the Guardian takedown. There was no reward attached to that, and it's entirely your choice if you want to do it or not. You don't get better gear, you don't get anything other than personal satisfaction and additional difficulty. That's it. Would anything be gained by removing that? Like, I'm sure maybe a couple people who were unable to clear it would feel like, oh, cool, now I've cleared the hardest thing. But, like, no. Other people just lost an option. Like, difficulty in video games is viewed differently by LANs players than most other fandoms, and it's really interesting. I don't know how it quite got to that point, especially because you'd think after Borderlands 2, where the majority of the fandom found difficulty levels they were personally willing to stop at. I try not to speak for other creators, but something, for example, K6 has been very vocal about and that I agree with, is that you get a much better Borderlands 2 endgame experience by just not doing OP levels, and UVHM is kind of in that boat too. You just get a much better experience by not doing that, by looking at optional difficulty, saying, that's not for me, and not doing it. Now, some people take that to a step of, okay, remove those things. I don't think that's necessarily always a good play. But the existence of Chaos 100 made Wonderlands better, because what they did with that update was they also smoothed out the Chaos tier rates of gear to the point where by the time you get to 50, non-Chaos tier gear was no longer dropping. And as you go up farther, Chaotic and Volatile get phased out, but you have only Primordial and Ascended gear in your pool at 75. So that is 25 difficulty levels where nothing changes. It's just number go up, that's all. And those were really fun for build crafters, because it let us see how far builds could go. A popular request since the Borderlands 3 days has been this idea of uncapped mayhem or uncapped chaos, where much like how Diablo 3's endgame Greater Rift system is 150 exponentially increasing difficulty levels that took several years after the implementation for anyone to hit that highest one. It's just an ever-increasing level of challenge that you go to where you can handle, where your build can handle, and that's that. I just think there's a flaw with how a lot of LANs fans look at difficulty. Difficulty is accessibility. It's personal preference. It is optional, fundamentally. Only becomes a problem when you lock an item behind it, for example. When you lock an item behind the max difficulty in this kind of game, you're asking for trouble. Dedicated farms so I can tune a build, movement feels more fluid, some of the skill retouch feels so good, armor drop for your classes, less crowded stat pool for rings and armors, being able to just fight PLC boss without doing stuff potentially dying beforehand. Just a lot of minor things make you feel better about playing overall. There's a couple of those things that were already present in the game, but maybe a little more subtly. But yeah, I agree with a lot of that. And this enhances my point of Redux is an improvement on what's present rather than a complete reinvention. Like, your point about dedicated farms. A lot of people like spreading the incorrect claim that there's no dedi farming in this game, or that dedi farming is worse than world drop farming in this game, in vanilla. Neither of those things are true. Just, I'll tell you outright, neither are true. A majority of items do have dedi sources in vanilla Wonderlands. There are some that don't. There are a few specific items that are annoying to get. But it's absolutely true that farming mirror bosses is a slog. You have to go through the whole mirror, and if you die, that's it. Passive pools, way too cluttered. Redux has helped that a bit. Removal of the chaos tier system, I think, just kind of helps the game as well. I love a lot of the stuff that they've done with skills. I love the little things they've done to the UI. That in particular has been incredible for me. The enchantment system is a mixed bag currently. It's a big upgrade in some areas. It's needs some work in others, but overall, it's going in a good direction. Just, I'm a big fan of the mod. But I try to make it clear, in between praise of the mod, that there's a lot of problems people like to identify with vanilla that aren't actually there, to put it bluntly. Hey Gage, how are you today? For example, let's say I wanted... Do I have one on me? No, I don't have one on me. Let's say I wanted a sword explosion. I'm going to LeChance for that. In vanilla as well. Steady sourced from him. Just pulls 3 items. With max loot luck, your chances of getting it are actually pretty decent. Now, the loot luck system's a polarizing thing. I think general consensus is that if they were gonna do a system like that, the floor of what your drop rates are could have stood to be higher. That is something I can't really argue with. But, like, never forget that max loot luck gets you higher deady rates for most sourced items than Borderlands 2 deady rates. Just putting that out there. People find that game's rates acceptable. Regardless of what your opinion on that game's rates are, we're talking within 1%. Assuming max loot luck chaos 100.
You go on ahead.
So with the DLC being what it was, created a lot of false hate for the base game. I know it did for me for a while. That's a good point, Ravix. Like, once some ill will builds up, people are gonna go for that feedback loop. Like, if there's one thing in a game they're dissatisfied with, they're likely to buy into, oh, well, it has this problem too, whether it does or not. Wouldn't be playing Wonderlands if the mod didn't get rid of loot luck. I spent like 2 hours farming Chaos Dice and just turned the game off. It's not a system that resonated with everyone. Me as a build crafter, like, spend more of my energy on that sort of stuff. It just genuinely didn't matter. Even when I actually farmed gear in vanilla, I didn't bother getting all of the dice on more than one character. I did it on one, and then I got 69 dice on a couple other characters because I thought the number was funny. And I had no problem getting items for my build. Now, granted, I'm in a position where I was able to put in a lot more hours than a lot of other people. So that's absolutely a factor. And individual luck matters. But, yeah, it's not a system that everyone enjoyed.
Woo! Get ready for the second one.
I think that an awkward conversation to have here is the strong possibility that we get another loot rate modifying system in whatever the next lands game is that won't resonate with the same crowd of people. I think that's a conversation that we should have, because the OG Borderlands, you go farm enemy that has a slightly different colored t-shirt on, and that makes it a whole unique enemy with its own drop table, a chance-based drop, etc., etc. That whole system is fundamentally flawed, and people will find more problems with it as time goes on, not less. Like, until the core issues there are mitigated by having more modern loot acquisition methods. Like, there's other looters that have alternatives in how you get things. Things like item rerolling options. Stuff like that. We don't have that. Best we've got is 2 flawed implementations of a 1 enchant anoint slot reroll. Until those things get alternatives, then like we're successful alternatives. We're gonna end up with things like loot luck that work for some people but not everyone. Like replacements don't work, but alternatives I think is an area to work towards. Like for example, I jerk off this game endlessly, but Godfall, super underrated game, one of the best loot systems in any looter in my opinion. And one of the reasons why it is such a good loot system is because there are multiple ways to get just about everything. If you already have a copy of an item, there is a menu where you open up and you look at like your quest objectives. It's like a vault card menu. And once you complete enough of those, you can, if you have enough resources, you can tell the game, hey, I want another copy of this item in my backpack as the reward. And it'll be like, okay, pick which role you want from these three. You just get it that way. Like, reacquiring copies of an item you already have is actually fun, because you just go play the game. Things like that. Diablo has multiple means of re-rolling items. That's a huge thing. Because we're stuck in this position where a lot of people want dedicated farming, despite the fact the rest of the looter genre doesn't do this at all anymore, you have either people who require it to be exactly as it was in 2012, and then you have people who just like don't care about it at all, so they're open to the new stuff. And the discord between those categories of fan is only going to increase. So like the point I'm meandering towards is, if they do, no matter what they do with the loot system in the next Lands game, you're gonna have a crowd of people who's gonna be very fucking annoying about it. If not the people who didn't like loot luck, the people who are having this conversation will probably be pretty fucking annoying about it. I'd like loot luck to affect world drops, not dedicated drops. That's also got its own flaws, Cranberry, because understanding of why world drops need to be, or why world drops often are the way they are in the most recent two Lands games, like, you need to understand that, and a lot of people don't. Getting a copy of an item does not mean anything in these games, because you look at, say, the armor slot, and even with a pruned passive pool in Redux, we're talking tens of thousands at the absolute minimum iterations of each individual armor. Like, sure, let's say you get fucking 50 different drops from one kill. There's still a very solid chance you didn't get the stat you were looking for in that pool of 50, and you don't get 50 per kill. You are lucky to get 1 per kill. Like, because we have part systems like that, the mitigating factor is, okay, there's 200 different unique items in this game, and 150 of those have 5-figure, 6-figure, 7-figure iterations. We'll just give you anything that isn't specifically only in this pool and nowhere else. You'll just have chances at stuff passively as you play the game, however you want to play the game. World drops allow people to play the game how they want to. If you're like me and don't want to do a scavenger hunt for every single item, then world drops are good for you, because you can go play activities. I do not want to go check off every single enemy in the game like I'm doing the hunt every time I boot the game. That's not fun for me. So, like, why does my farming method have to be treated poorly in favor of one that has never worked for the way I like to play the game? You know, what, like, why can't we just have multiple fleshed out systems? That's the whole point. Alternatives. Because the old system, there's a reason why it's not done anywhere else in the looter genre, because it doesn't work for anyone else other than the people who've been used to it for a decade. But if you could get the base armor easy, but had enchantment resources that were rare, let you customize, that enters this whole area of, like, a lot of people are really opposed to crafting systems. Just quick survey here. Who would absolutely fucking hate crafting in Borderlands? Just, like, crafting whatever shape that might take. I'm just curious. Hiding, Mr. Steel. Me, I'd love it. I'd be okay with it. Me, got no problem with crafting. I like crafting. Okay, so we got surprisingly diverse. Does my save editor count? Save editor is just a crafting UI outside of the game that you have infinite resources in. We got a diverse mix of opinions on the subject here, which is good because we like to talk about this stuff, and lots of people who hang out here have different preferences, which I really like about this community. I'm pretty neutral on it. Depending on the implementation, it could be very good, it could be very not good. Something like Diablo style crafting, Diablo 3 style crafting could be pretty good overall, but I don't love the idea of anything more fiddly than that. Personally, that's my preference. We've been getting into PoE recently, and item crafting spoiled me greatly. I want a weapon with a specific stat. I make it. I get the ability to do that more by killing lots of shit and doing fun activities. Right, it puts the focus on the gameplay rather than the endless resetting of one enemy at a time instead of the scope of everything else the game allows you to do. Like, the classic Borderlands dedicated farm, Redux mitigates this in its own way a little bit, but the classic Borderlands dedicated farm is boiling the entire game down to killing this one enemy that can barely fight back as fast as possible before sitting through a loading screen. That is the entirety of the loop. And how long you end up doing that is dictated entirely by how lucky you are. That's about as much as you can minimize gameplay. So, I don't like that. Some people do like that, which is why I say alternatives. And world drops are a great example of an alternative system. If you have a generous world drop system that has its own pros and cons alongside the Dedi system, then yeah, that just kind of works out. People can go for that. But that alternative was not allowed to exist in peace in the Borderlands 3 lifecycle, for example, because a lot of people who did not like to farm that way viewed making that system worse as some sort of benefit to the dedicated farming system, which is not how it worked out at all. And the two don't interact. They're completely disconnected. Preference is whatever everyone else doesn't want, based. Don't make it mandatory? Yeah, if they did some sort of crafting thing and made it mandatory, I think that'd go really badly. Gives you a reason to still go get a good version, but when you finally get it, one bad enchant doesn't ruin your dopamine high when you get it. Yeah. Another approach to this is, like, a big component, like I mentioned earlier, is versions of items. Like, you can get a version of an item with one part that completely kills the value, and then you can't do anything about it. Hey, Raid, thanks for taking care of Mr. Steel. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes and stuff. Personally play lands games for loot and crafting. I feel like almost any way you put it to make loot easier to get the perfect version of, that would essentially just cut out some gameplay for me. But is it gameplay? That's the entirety of the point here, Ravix. Is it gameplay? If instead of playing through any of these storylines, quests, raids, activities of any stripe, if instead of playing through any of those things, you are spawn camping one guy in a level 10 quest area in the hopes that eventually the 15% drop rate will pay out, how much is that gameplay, and what value is there in catering to that more than the people who want to experience the other 99.9% of the game? Like, it's a numbers game at that point. Like, what's the point of having a combat team if you only need to make animations for, you know, one enemy? When you reduce your consumption of the game down to one single enemy that you cannot control how long you spend at it, how much of the game are you playing? I think a positive for not doing a live service lands game from the devs POV is they get to make the game they're satisfied with and then just goes to the community until the next game comes out. Phased. Personally, Looter needs a crafting system as much as its loot system sucks. Borderlands needs a crafting system currently. I don't want it to, though. It comes with its own problems, for sure. Like, we touched on this yesterday and today. It's a common conversation as of late, but, like, it's easier to identify problems than it is solutions. You know, backseat armchair deving is real fucking easy, but, you know, we don't know the limitations they're under, what fits their creative vision, etc., etc., etc. So this is all to be taken with several grains of salt. No, I'm a fan of World Drops. I'm talking exclusively crafting. I understand. I still really just think having as many options as possible is good. World Drops sound good for people who enjoy the build crafting, BL3 Wonderland's gameplay loop, but it makes challenge runs boring. You could choose between two options without one being obviously worse than the other. Everyone gets something they enjoy. Yeah, so leading into that point, Gage, I'm glad you brought that up. The effect on challenge runs. A very common, I'd argue pretty much universal, criticism of how World Drops ended up affecting a BL3 playthrough is you have like full legendaries by the time you're level 15, sometimes level 10. Just because the rates were never tuned in a way that, like, the game doesn't distinguish enough between, hey, how many should you be getting during an early story area, and okay, how many should you be getting when you're gearing up towards level cap and stuff. They attempted that with mayhem mode, increasing rates, but the wrong feedback got in their ears, and they eventually reduced world drop rate specifically in higher mayhems. Didn't address the playthrough problem at all, the challenge run problem at all. They specifically lowered it for high mayhems, which is the place that justifies it. And then the response to that from a bunch of people who don't have nearly as much knowledge on the subject as they like to present themselves as having, was that, oh yeah, this made my playthrough so much more rewarding. My Mayhem Zero playthrough. And I'm like, but that's not what happened. So there's a lot of confusion on the topic, which is why conversations like this are good. And yeah, BL3, you just have a full legendary inventory by the time you're on the second planet, and any sense of challenge is gone if you decide to use any of those items. I think Loot Luck in Wonderlands is an attempt to sort of mitigate that, by making it so your loot luck goes up as you level and as you collect dice, which are throughout areas. So the more areas you have access to, the more loot luck you get. It sound on paper, right? But there's the factor of, one, it's super tedious to go around grabbing that many collectibles for a lot of people, which is why they made the dice account wide eventually. But two, the idea of it affecting both the drops you get just as you play the game and the drops you're going for when you go for a specific sourced item. That's the other point of contention. And like, playing devil's advocate on that one, you could argue it's maybe another attempt at a good thing, because something I see a lot over in BL3 communities is newer players asking for, like, if, let's say, the Schluter applies dedicated drops, or if anything increases dedicated drops, and nothing does, except for changing the size of the pool by being on a different difficulty level. Like, you know, if you want an EMP5 but not a backburner, you go on Mayhem 5 so that backburner's not in the pool. That sort of deal. But there's no way of modifying dedicated drop rates. So maybe they just tried to kill too many birds with one stone with loot luck. It could very well be that. Like, the intention of loot luck is understandable. The impact was not what they were going for. I think that much is just objective reality at this point. Whether you think the attempt was worth it or not is more personal, but yeah. Events they added in every other week just made the game not enjoyable at all to people like me. And for a very long time, you didn't get to turn that stuff off. Not having the opt-in for Cartels and Bloody Harvest was definitely annoying for the first couple. Yeah, I could see that. Some of the mini events they did were weird, like the borderline free Hellwalker that ended up becoming a staple of the speedrun to the point where now it's restricted. That's one of those. But there's stuff that was good, like the Loot the Universe event was extremely well received because it allowed you to target farm categories of items in areas instead of specific item from specific enemy. It's, hey, if you want this kind of gear, you just go fight your way through over here and just kind of play the game, do the thing. That was well received. That sort of spiritually eventually led to bunnies. Opening a vendor and seeing basically guaranteed legendaries every time. Yeah, that's a huge problem for playthrough balance, for sure. BL3 Devil's Advocate, 40 to 50 story legendaries is a good thing. Their power is the issue. Purples are comparatively boring. I think it's easier to avoid something happening like that when you don't end up putting BL3 in a position where items are having to get 3-figure percentage damage buffs to compete on the highest difficulty. A lot of that stuff can be traced to their decision to make max difficulty 10,000% more HP. So for something to work on that, it's gonna get that increase on the lower ones too, which breaks the whole thing wide open. The only way you stop that from being a problem is stop people from getting it, but they never did that. Can Jake always be purring into your mic while we chat? He doesn't like to hang out on cam too often. He's been doing it more lately. I think the longer streams have encouraged him to do that. Yeah, sorry for people who are actually here for gameplay. My hands are not free because cat. Queen's Cry does exist in Redux. I don't know if it drops. It says it's from the maker. I don't know. This is one I already had. I didn't farm this in the mod. Don't get me wrong, I think the events are super cool. I'm sure it made endgame more enjoyable, gave you more stuff to do. I'm only complaining about it from my POV. Yeah, no, it's perfectly valid, Gitch. You're very clearly not saying, hey, this was a failure because it wasn't for me individually. No, you're more than intelligent and considerate enough a person to be like, hey, not for me, it was probably for someone else. It just ruined the experience for me, and that's a perfectly valid take to have. I think that lends itself to the take that having options, opt in, opt out, solves a lot of these issues for a lot of people. Chaos Tier is a really unique way to try mitigating that as well, putting higher statted gear behind the difficulties you would need them in. Yeah, it was a good attempt, and I think Chaos Tier gear was less harmful to the game than OP level or Mayhem gear, mostly. Asterisk next to that, because the big part where it became problematic was it was every gear slot, so eventually all of your stats got crazy. Like stats on armor, for example, and rings at Ascended versus at non-Chaos tiered, that gap became way too big. But I think the concept of like not making people refarm gear for every single difficulty level, I think that was a good idea. Because, like, did anyone actually like when they're doing OP level progression BL2? Let's say you're using the super basic stuff. Did anyone actually enjoy, okay, I'm going to go get a fastball and a herald, and I'm going to do peak. Then I'm going to go to get a fastball and a herald so I can do the next peak. And then, like, that sucked. It sucked. And BL3 introduced that somewhat without forcing players to go up every difficulty level. So I think with them seeing that they were gonna reintroduce, enforced progression through Chaos Trials, they were like, all right, we gotta make this a little more forgiving gear-wise. Oh, over Phantom. Yeah, as Mr. Steele said, selling all loot that you don't want from the bunnies is a really good way of getting money. But in Redux, money comes in very easily. You don't really need to worry too much about it. In vanilla, it's kind of tough, and then it becomes nothing. Like, once you have all your SDUs, you just kind of like this character has 460 mil just from playing in vanilla. It eventually plateaus, and you're just chilling. Literally, the only issue I have with that gameplay loop was that items weren't guaranteed on your level. Otherwise, I enjoyed it. Like, refarming a B and getting it 2 levels under your level sucks. It's worth noting, that feature was also in BL3 for a while. They patched that out around DLC 2, is when they made it guaranteed for items to be on your level. But yeah, that feature sucked. Wonderland structurally is Gearbox's best attempt at OP levels, just needs more content variety and number bloat management. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. In some areas, the bloat was better. Like, Chaos 100 is not a Mayhem 10 amount of health. But, you know, player power on gear got particularly crazy in this game. I think Wonderlands provides the most player power from gear out of all of the games, to a problematic degree. Rare spawns were poo too, yeah. RNG spawn enemy for your RNG spawn item with RNG parts. Isn't that fun? With non-rerollable annoyance? Yeah. Not too much RNG? Yeah, just too many barriers. Like, what if you want to actually use the item? What if the end goal is not just having that item? What if the end goal is, once you have that item, then putting it to use in some capacity? Like, you're having to do a whole interpretive dance before you get to do what you're there to do. And therein lies the issue. Like, these games have good gameplay. They don't need to trick people into sticking around by making it a gacha game before you can access the combat system. That's my whole thing. Jake, what are you doing? Look at this cat. Set of 4 chaos level gear is no better than previous systems. It's merely hidden by more gameplay between each upgrade. Launch rates were no better than 2 levels under gear. Yeah, at launch it was... You had, at Chaos 20, you could have volatile, so that was 4 levels on your gear. It's okay in between the caps. So, like, it functions as a system from 1 to 19. Because your options are on level gear or +2 levels, and the rates of the +2 go up as your difficulty goes up. That makes sense. And then from 20 to 34, it makes sense because then you get higher rates on your existing tiers to meet the incoming challenge. Nothing new, but then as soon as you get 35, you get, oh, the max has stronger gear. At every point where they introduced a new max that had, like, the best stats, you had people who wanted the best quote-unquote gear, who did not like how it felt to actually get there. So, I think the way Redux does, you know, pearls are at 8, and the way the Chaos 100 patch in vanilla made Ascended gear at 50 out of 100. I think that got to the place where I would have liked it to be the whole time, but it still has the problem of the stat bloat. That's still a big thing. Redux, I can do an obelisk 4 to 5 times and have the thing I need to move on, have fun with my build instead of doing the obelisk 4 to more times. Oh yeah, I was going to mention that, Cranberry. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, in Redux, even the gameplay loop that I don't really enjoy of going, seeking out an enemy and killing them a bunch of times, they make it a lot more palatable because there's the ones you can spawn 5 copies of at once, and that really helps. And then there's the legacy hunt bosses, which are very generous with world drops. So you get other assorted loot while you're doing it. Like, those are really nice features. Right, but look at how much attention the game gets from stuff like the hunt. Yeah, because there's a large portion of the fandom that treat the loot system as the entirety of the game. It is a checklist to them. Go down the checklist, acquire the item, move on to next item. Never use it, just acquire, move on, acquire, move on. And a lot of that is nostalgia reinforced, but also a lot of it is because that's the preferred gameplay loop of some of the largest creators in the fandom. That's just how it is. Bye, Parasite. Really hope we see Pearls again in a Lands game. The one featured in Redux. Makes me want to play so much more. I've gotten all the Pearls, but now I want to get the rare drops of them. Like I see in a shop or get one from a random skeleton. Love that hunt. Enjoy it being for Pearls over Legendaries. I think Redux implementation of Pearls is one I would be comfortable with, like, them returning, because they're chase items that have flavor within their rarity. Like, that pearlescent effect really does a lot to make them justifiable from a theory crafting angle. And thank you for the Prime graphics, I appreciate it. And thank you for the good conversation today. Pretty excited to give this game another shot when I get around to doing one life of it. Ooh, I'm excited to watch you do that. I just don't want an RNG roll for making my gear 20 to 40% stronger. Lance the part system that gives enough power control. Yeah, totally valid. Totally valid. Yeah, I want to underscore that despite my approval of aspects of the Chaos Tier geared system, I do think that the game is healthier in Redux without the Chaos Tiers. Just level 40 gear is level 40 gear. That's that. It's that simple. There's already enough ways for it to change. Didn't know I'd prime and notice the crown? Well, I appreciate it. Keep forgetting I need to save quit. Jake, did you eat all your food? Is that why you're doing this? Yeah, he's trying to eat me. Come on, Lap. Come over here. Are you gonna sit? If I squeeze you, will you stay? Hey, honey bunny, how you doing? Quag, 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 Chad, quag. Oh, my voice is almost completely gone.
Now the fun begins.
Too many long streams as of late, not enough water. I gotta be better about that. Riveting gameplay. Monstrosity, get over here. I need you in range. Thank you, that does the trick. He's now propped up on my arm. So I think we're good. Someone to listen to while I do homework? Hey, I'm happy to provide background. And so is Jake, apparently. All battery sounds are so satisfying. Critical Ascension is crazy. Like, I almost don't like it on this build because it doesn't give me time to do the whole gimmick. Like, I want to apply inflammation and some crossbolts, then start swinging. But, like, Critical Ascension Exi Blade's just like, I'm gonna kill the enemy instantly. And we have 2 out of 1 alchemical agent now. Yikes. Wait for FTS to be toxic. Yeah, that's about right. Boop, boop. And the best thing about using Salt and Battery like this is, even if my crit chance wasn't, like, juiced up from Awe and FTS, you have Shadow Step. So as long as I wait for a red hit marker to pop up before I swing again, it's gonna crit anyway. Shadow Step is somehow a really underrated skill. Kind of funny how that worked out. Like, it's very visibly good. It's just in between a bunch of flashier things, I guess. How many runs goes or one more? Like 6 or 7, I think. What do you ask? Just looking at this cat. Trying to figure out what exactly he's doing. Looks like he's licking his own neck. Hey Coco, how are you? What about Quack? What? That I forget how to stop streaming sometimes? Watching your really weird Zane on YouTube? Oh yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying. Fantastic, how are you? I didn't sleep well last night and my voice is fucked. But stream has been really enjoyable today, so I'm having a good time. Double adrenaline. That's fun. I'll try to triple adrenaline purple. Although reload speed's easy enough to get in this game that probably not worth having, but it's still an interesting experiment. We got a lot done today. Good Universal Soldier. Good Harbinger. Sorry about the sleep thing, but pro gamers only need about 3 hours for a 24-hour stream anyway. Fair enough. Fake gamer confirmed. Oh yeah, I forgot I had negative force on. Agony probably still a smarter pick, but this is fun. This works. Anyway, yeah, so since I've been called out enough times in the last couple of minutes, and I really do need to get up and get some water because I'm out of hydration on my desk, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out today. We had a lot of fun conversation, deep talks, various topics, just good stuff today. I appreciate you all. My plan for tomorrow is Star Wars Jedi Survivor. This is the plan. Now, if for some reason I'm not feeling well or my PC fucking dies, as it tries to do every time I install a new game on it, then maybe it won't be that. But the plan is Jedi Survivor. Maybe I get it done in one stream, maybe I get it done in two, but that's the plan. Let me see who's live, see where we can go. Stupid sexy cow. Lazy's live for another hour doing Borderlands. Pilot's playing Mass Effect full trilogy playthrough. BZK is doing Redux, One Life, and some pro hunting. Pascaroni's on Wonderlands. How long's Pascaroni been on? Pascaroni's doing a charity stream tomorrow. I believe he's doing some prep for that. He's been live 4 hours. Well, we're gonna make Pascaroni's stream a little bit longer. If you don't already know Pascaroni, truly one of the nicest people you'll bump into on the internet. Just a good guy, good time. And he's playing some Redux as well. Currently on Clawstalker, which is my favorite multi-class. So I'll see you guys next time. Make sure to give Pascaroni a follow and some love and stuff. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.